We are waiting for IT to iron some issues out, and once that happens, we'll begin the meeting. I just ask you to be patient.
Catherine, we don't
We
need to
just
wait
start,
on
we have to wait on IT.
As long as she's doing minutes, I think we can.
Well, but because there's the interpreter.
Broadcasting isn't required.
Broadcasting is not required, then, well, do you wanna,
We want to start.
yeah, so, public comment
Uh-huh.
is been said, it's been advertised that it's available online, and then it's not gonna be available. Do we think that this is gonna take a little bit?
Maybe we start and then we wait, and if we need to, we'll push public comment towards the end.
Sure,
Until,
but there's some early agenda items that require public comment, so.
okay. Oh, public comment, got it, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so, but
So
you
maybe
can,
we
we can
start with the
rearrange
stuff that
agenda.
doesn't?
Why don't we rearrange the agenda
there's just, Alana Wardsman from Circuit and then Renee Norlaw. See, it's like,
Vicky, do we have an ETA?
okay, because we want to get started.
The pleasure
If
was
not,
all mine.
let's get started without it. Oh, we got a thumbs up in the back.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. Today is Tuesday, July 8th, 2025, 6:06 PM, and this meeting of the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency is now called to order. Let's proceed to the invocation led by Board Member Hay, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Board Member Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Gracious and Heavenly Father, we pause at the start of this CRA board meeting to invite your presence into this place. We thank you for the privilege of service, and for the trust of our community, and for the opportunity to work together to build a better, stronger Boynton Beach through vision, development, and compassion.
Good
Lord,
evening,
guide our
everybody. Thank you
decision
for coming.
tonight
Today is Tuesday,
with
July
clarity,
8th, 2025,
wisdom,
6:06
and
PM. This
unity.
meeting of the Boynton Beach Community
Help us to
Redevelopment
be
Agency is
mindful
now
of the
called to
needs
order.
of every resident,
Proceed to the invocation
from
led by
our
Board
youngest
Member
children
Hay,
to our
followed by the Pledge of
treasured
Allegiance
seniors,
led by Board Member Kelly. Let's all
and to
stand for the
control
invocation
our
and the Pledge of
resources
Allegiance.
with fairness and foresight. Let us pray. Father, even as we gather in purpose, our hearts are also heavy. We lift up in prayer the families and friends in Kerrsville, Texas, who are grieving from the recent disaster of the campground. We ask that you surround them with peace that passes all understanding. Comfort every broken heart, strengthen every weary soul, and be near to those whose lives have been changed forever. And as we move forward tonight, may we remember that our work is not just about buildings and budgets, but about people. Let love, justice, and mercy shape all that we do. We offer this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Let every heart say amen, amen, and amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Let me turn to our Deputy City Clerk, Tammy Stanzioni. If you would please begin the roll call.
Chair Shelton,
Present.
Vice Chair Hay,
Present.
Board Member Cruz, Board Member Turkin,
Present.
Board Member Kelly.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's begin to my right, Board Member Hay. Are there any additions, deletions, corrections you'd like to make to the agenda as published?
No, I have none.
To my left, Board Member Turkin.
Think,
Oh, sorry.
Me?
Yeah, first.
I'd like to move up 15C to after public comment. We have staff on the city side here and try to get them home to their families.
15C.
and B.
Yep.
Yeah, I would like.
And B.
Yep.
And B. 15B and C, yes, thank you.
Okay. And do you have any?
I was going to move up 15, A and B as well to before, before 13 is what I was thinking after consent, but we can move it up before consent, but right after
You wanted
public
it after
comment.
public comment,
That's fine,
after 10?
yeah.
I'd like to
consent is
move-
usually quick,
I
so-
would like to move 14A up as well, if possible, into the same, right after 15A and B.
So we're moving up 15A, B, and C to after public comment,
Wait, what?
right?
15 or 14?
I wanted to remove up 14A
To after 15?
to after, well, we can do it before that, but it can go
Where do you want it?
same place after.
Okay, so 15A, 15B, 15C, and 14A after public
I
comment.
didn't say C, do you want to move up the, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we want to, I didn't want, did you want to move up 15A, or was it just?
I thought you
14A.
said 15A.
No, I said 15B and C.
Yeah, I'm
That's
good
what I
with B and
meant.
C. All right, so
Yeah.
15B, 15C, 14A after public comment.
Yeah.
All right.
A, 15B, 15C. Okay,
I have nothing else.
That's all I have to. Chair, thank you.
all those in favor to, may I have a motion to approve the agenda with the changes?
So moved.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That motion passes unanimously. Now let's turn to legal counsel. If there's any updates,
Good evening. Yes, I have two updates for you. Catherine Rossmell with Lewis, Longman, and Walker. The first is a legislative update, really a carryover from June. Happy to report that the June session did not result in changes for the CRA, so status quo remains. I also wanted to point out that at your request, we do have a future agenda item for discussion of the 2026 legislative session. And I bring that up now because we can look at doing two different things for that. First, you can determine whether you'd like for us to go out more broadly to search for lobbyists, or whether you'd like for us to continue to represent you on that front. Whatever your choice is great. The second is whether you would like to actively pursue changes to the statute, or whether you'd only like for your lobbyists to be on guard to defend against any unwanted changes. Those look fairly different from a legislative perspective, so that's not something to discuss tonight unless you would like to, but I wanted to put it on your radar so that you have a month to think about what you'd like to consider. So that's all for legislative update, unless there's any questions. Okay, moving on to policy consideration for public comments. So I'm going to start this item by saying this is not a recommendation, a legal recommendation. There's nothing in the CRA's current practice or policy that requires adjustment. However, we were asked to examine ways to kind of streamline the administration of the meetings and also to ensure that everyone in the public had a fair chance to comment. So one of the things that we are proposing for your consideration is providing all public comment to happen at the beginning of the meeting and expanding that comment time to be 5 minutes. So this is intended to address a couple of different situations. One is that certain folks, particularly folks maybe who are here on grant items especially, aren't sure when their time to comment is. So this would sort of remove all mystery and make sure that everybody was able to comment on any item that they wanted to. And the second situation that it addresses is there have been a number of instances where members from the public will provide comment on an agenda item in general public comment and then comment again at the item. So it's not exactly equal access for everyone to provide comment. Again, not illegal for you to accept more comment, but in looking to streamline, this is one of the possibilities. So this policy, if it were to be adopted, would move all public comment from each of the agenda items, and it would all just take place at the beginning of the public meeting. It would expand the comment time to 5 minutes. Currently, it's 3 minutes. Now, understand that this might result in less total time for any particular speaker, because if a speaker wanted to comment on multiple items, they would not have 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes. They would be limited to the 5 minutes. However, this is a number that is statutorily acceptable, and it can be adjusted at the meeting by board vote, and it can also allow the board to say, okay, for this particular item, we would like comment at the time the item is presented. So it allows a little bit of flexibility, but in general would allow for some streamlining. It notes that speakers will be asked, but can't be required, to provide their name and address. and provides that, as is your current practice, speakers may not donate their time to another speaker unless, of course, they require an ADA accommodation. It makes clear that the board can accept written comment from anyone before the board meeting, and I can go through the rest. It's a little bit procedural, but those are the substantive highlights. So this is for you all to consider, adopt, not adopt, table, whatever you like. We were just presenting options in furtherance of our direction.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from my colleagues on this item? Board, Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I am hesitant to increase the time because there has been so much inconsistency, and I think that also goes between people attending city meetings as well as this meeting, that I think the less complicated we make it and the less changes we make, the better. I feel like, I mean, for my opinion is I would like to keep it at 3 minutes for the general public comment. And I would maybe like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on maybe for new business, we could allow public comment under new business, because technically old business has been before this board before, and people would have had an opportunity when it was in new business to give their public comment. And if there is something in old business, then they would speak during normal public comment, but it would be a new item, and we could hear that, separately. And I think it comes down to having a set kind of rule and plan that is consistent, and I think it's gonna take some getting used to for everyone, but I think once we have consistency, I think, and it's announced and it's known, then I think that will clear up some issue. I think it comes down to also the board being a little unsure as to, we bounce around a little bit as far as public comment on items, whereas on the city side, it's consistent and people know. So I think consistency is key, but I would not want to increase the time just because I want to keep it consistent with what we have in the other. And I would just suggest a possibility of having new business, providing an opportunity during that time, because it is a new item on the agenda. But those are my suggestions.
Please.
I can see both sides of this, but the way I hear you saying it, it's a wash, because if what I heard you say, instead of going maybe 3, 6, 9, 12, but they could still go beyond that even by changing it, because if they do 5, they still have the opportunity to speak on another item later on in the agenda that they didn't bring up, if we allow public audience on a particular agenda item. Is that not correct?
I just want to make sure that I've explained clearly what this says, and I may not have done so. So currently, right now, there's 3 minutes of comment allowed for every agenda item that's subject to public comment, which means that for any particular speaker, they may speak for 3 minutes on every item, giving that speaker whatever the total minutes is 3 minutes times the number of comment items. In this policy, it would say, unless, as it's written right now, if no changes are made, all public comment is limited to 5 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, and no other comment is accepted in the meeting unless you all vote to have a particular item that could have comment. In that case, they could expand beyond the 5 minutes.
And that's my question. Would they be prohibited from speaking on another item if they take the 5 minutes up front? And would they be allowed on another item later on to speak on that particular agenda item? Or they're speaking everything in their little old mind and the 5 minutes up front?
So it would be at the board's discretion. They could speak in both regular comment and on the particular agenda item. The board chair would have some ability to, if someone provided their comments on, let's call it item 15A as part of the public comment, and then item 15A came before the board chair could, in her administration of the meeting, say that, your public comment on this item has already been provided, and essentially limit that speaker because they've already had their 5 minutes. But if they spent the first 5 minutes talking about things unrelated to the item and then spent the number of minutes on item 15A, then yes, they would exceed the 5 minutes.
My position right now would be that to give this a try And if it doesn't work, then we leave the door open to change it back.
Any comments?
So you get 5 minutes in public comment, which is 10 on the agenda right now, and then you can speak on the other items that require public comment.
Only if we decide.
Yeah, if,
Only,
yeah, if it's decided. So right now, there's no limit on the number of minutes. It's only limited on minutes per item. So if you have a long agenda with many items, everyone is entitled to speak on each of those
Right.
items for 3 minutes.
Right.
So this would be just 5 up front. But there's a caveat in here that if there was an item that the board wanted public comment on at the time, then they could allow that. So it just wouldn't
With-
prohibit you from.
Via consensus.
Yeah, not via consensus. It is a board vote in here because it would be part of the agenda preparation, although we could, that can also be adjusted. Again, this is an opening discussion item.
Why don't we just keep it 3 minutes?
For each item.
Yeah, let's just keep it 3 minutes or move it down to 3 minutes.
was the objective of this to make it shorter in terms of overall time? What is the objective for
think it-
making the change?
I think it would be to make it more efficient, because if, when you have somebody come up during the first round of public comments and they're commenting about things that are on the agenda later on, and then they come up during that that agenda item again, and they do it again.
I get all of that, so.
So, yeah, we were asked to look at efficiency as the board chair states, and also alleviating some public confusion, because there are some times when folks are not sure when they're supposed to comment, or if their item is coming, or if, they're not regular participants in the public process. It is a little mysterious to come in here. So this, again, was a way to look at that, and we can move forward, not move forward, adjust with, as suggested by Board Member Kelly, throw it in the garbage, whatever you all please.
I can go with consensus. I say we go back to 3 minutes.
For each item.
3 minutes on this. What's in front of us, the policy, 3 minutes. I think that's what Commissioner Kelly had mentioned, Board Member Kelly.
But then doing the 3 minutes and then on each agenda item that comes in.
Then we decide if we want to have public comment.
That permitted.
So it would be 3 minutes in total instead of 5 for all items?
Consistency, because
Right.
people are going to come here, well, I had 5 minutes at the CRA meeting, why am I not having 5 minutes
I
at the
don't
city
like
meeting?
the
Good point.
inconsistency.
Right, okay, and then
I
did
think
you,
that adds-
would you like for it to be 3 minutes for new agenda items each, or just 3 minutes in total?
I
Total.
like the idea of the new business.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you allow us to write it up 2 different ways, and we'll bring it back to you next
That'd be
meeting?
great.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now let's begin informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff. Let's begin on my left. Board Member Turkin, do you have any additional information or disclosures on the items on the agenda?
Yes, I did speak with Monty Miskell regarding 14E and 15A, and I did speak with Mr. Billy Cunningham regarding 15A as well.
Board Member Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. I spoke to representatives from Hyperion on 14E, and also Bonnie Miskell, and received emails on 15A. Thank you.
I too have spoke to the Star Board, some members of the Star Board group, Attorney Bonnie Miskell, and last month I did speak to Hyperion. And Board Member Hay?
I spoke with Hyperion. I've got emails, but I did not speak verbally with Bonnie Miskell.
All right, thank you. Let's now look at items under information only. Are there any information only items my colleagues would like to discuss? If you go through the list, let me know.
I'm good.
Good to go.
I'm good.
Okay, no items discussed. Let's move on to announcements and awards. There are 2 announcements. Staff, can you please present these?
Mercedes Coppin will be presenting these 2 items.
Good evening, Board. Mercedes Coppin, Business Development and Promotions Manager. We are very excited to bring back our signature Boynton Beach Night Market on July 25th and 26th. This year, it's going to be 2 days, held right here at Centennial Park and Amphitheater from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. nightly. We have a Hawaiian theme this year, so we'll have lots of little elements infused for that event with that, or our promotion with that. And we will be highlighting our local businesses as we always do. We are recruiting still CRA businesses to be on site. All of our CRA businesses will be exhibiting in colorful tents, and they'll have LED lighting so that they stand out amongst the rest of the vendors that will be on site. We'll have a variety of food vendors, food trucks, artisans, as well as professional food vendors as well, professional service vendors, live music and performances. This is all very family friendly, and we are going to be partnering with the city and community greening for a tree giveaway on Friday evening. Vendor opportunity is still available. People can go to our Eventney site, which is linked on our website, BoyntonBeachCRA.com, and they can be linked to the website to get all the information. Through July 13th, we'll be accepting applications. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we are going on to the public, or do you have another one?
09B.
You
One
have
more. Yes. So moving on to about the BBCRA video, staff is very proud to debut our new informational video. This provides a comprehensive overview of our agency's mission, our geographic focus, and our funding, while also highlighting our major redevelopment projects, infrastructure improvements, affordable housing, and our business supportive programs. We also have quite a few local testimonies infused within this video, and we're very proud to share this with you now.
Its potential is vision. In Boynton Beach, the Community Redevelopment Agency is dedicated to driving transformation by turning vision into reality, where empty lots become homes, vacant buildings become thriving businesses, and streets become safe and walkable.
I've been in business in Boynton Beach for over 8 years, and they have assisted in grant programs and Boynton Bucks for referrals for new clients. I am here in this area because of the CRA, and we can directly tie our success to the CRA and their involvement and help and assistance over the years.
The Boynton Beach CRA, also known as the BBCRA, is a special district created in 1982 to eliminate slum and blight, foster economic development, and improve the quality of life in eastern Boynton Beach.
The reason why I wanted to be here is to be a part of an area where the community is being developed and brings a lot of attention, a lot of eyeballs to my business and to the surrounding areas. It's been invaluable to me.
The agency is governed by a board made up of the mayor and city commissioners and guided by the mission to reinvest public funds into the community through redevelopment plans and strategic projects. Since inception, the CRA has invested millions of dollars into local projects, supported hundreds of businesses, and built affordable housing for the community. While the numbers may speak for themselves, the real impact is seen in the people whose lives have changed. Every project boosts property values and enhances the local economy, making Boynton Beach an even better place to live, work, and play.
I see families walking, I see people walking with their dogs, and this is all part to the CRA.
When the CRA puts on their activities here, people find us and they come in and say to us, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know you were here." The CRA is in every one of these businesses. They go in and out and check on everybody, and it's just amazing.
The CRA is funded through tax increment financing. This means property owners don't pay an additional tax. Instead, as property values rise, a portion of existing city and county taxes collected within the CRA district are reinvested directly back into the community. The CRA area covers 1,650 acres on Boynton Beach's eastern edge, encompassing 6 distinct neighborhoods and commercial districts, each with its own unique character and opportunities. The CRA is deeply committed to addressing the need for affordable and workforce housing. Partnerships with developers create vibrant, inclusive neighborhoods that serve residents across income levels, offering safe, modern, and affordable places to call home. CRA affordable housing projects include Model Block, Ocean Breeze East, Heart of Boynton Village Apartments, and the Cottage District. Local businesses are the heartbeat of our economy. That's why the CRA offers business grants, marketing support, photography, ribbon cuttings, and innovative programs like the Boynton Beach Bucks and social media outreach program.
They were there with the knowledge, financially, with the build out. It helped me up until the point where getting the doors open. I would not have been able to be successful with opening up the business if it wasn't for the CRA.
Our business development resources give entrepreneurs the tools they need to connect with the local community and thrive in a competitive market. Through strategic property acquisition and leveraging public-private partnerships, the CRA transforms vacant lots and underutilized spaces into thriving mixed-use developments for living, working, and gathering. Developments like 500 Ocean, the Villages, and the Town Square project are shaping the future of Boynton Beach, building homes, jobs, and a better quality of life. Anchored by Town Square and the Boynton Harbor Marina, East Ocean Avenue is undergoing transformative redevelopment, turning blighted and vacant properties into a vibrant and welcoming hub for residents and visitors. Infrastructure improvements are essential to revitalization. That's why we've invested in safer streets, beautiful public spaces, and enhanced gateways, creating places that are not only functional but inviting. The CRA has enhanced major corridors like Boynton Beach Boulevard, improved parks like Sayre Sims and JC Park, and installed gateway signage to welcome visitors into our city. The CRA owns the Boynton Harbor Marina, a vibrant waterfront destination that supports commercial tenants and recreational activities. From dining and shopping to fishing charters and jet ski rentals, the marina is the city's eastern anchor and a key attraction for locals and visitors alike.
We have great support from the CRA. The rent assistance, if you compare it to the rest of the market in all of South Florida, I don't think anybody could beat that.
The CRA supports the community with services that make everyday life better. From affordable transportation with the eco-friendly Coastal Cruiser rideshare to the Neighborhood Officer Policing Program, designed specifically to build meaningful relationships between residents and law enforcement, our community programs are making a difference.
I would hope that the CRA and those who support the CRA will continue to support it because it's not just about now, it's also about our future.
The Boynton Beach CRA is more than just an agency. It's a partner to the community and a catalyst for change. Together, we're shaping the future of Boynton Beach, block by block and dream by dream.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice.
Okay, let's move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is public comment. The public comment section of the meeting is for public comments on items on consent agenda or items that are not on the agenda. So again, if you're representing a business listed under consent agenda or you're discussing an item that's not on the agenda, now would be the appropriate time to come to the podium. You can begin by stating your name for the record. Each person has 3 minutes. After we conclude with those persons, we will go to online. If you could, anybody who wants to speak, if you can already line up at the walls, we have 2 podiums.
So this is an agenda item, so I can speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It'll be around 2 minutes.
That's fine.
My name, good evening first off. My name is Gary Fishman. I now live at 220 McFarlane Drive, condo number 204, McFarlane Drive. Condo 204, as I said, Delray Beach, Florida, 33483. However, I had lived in Boynton Beach for 32 years at 3504 Diane Drive in our great city. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. To all City of Boynton Beach dignitaries, staff, citizens, and all in attendance, I have come here today to support the efforts to have the CRA to purchase the 13-parcel property at 444 Boynton Beach Boulevard and the subsequent inn at Boynton Beach at 480 Boynton Beach Boulevard. What is a sure thing, this is an extremely positive opportunity for the CRA to control the destiny of these parcels, where all will benefit, the CRA, the City of Boynton Beach, and all of the taxpayers. Here is a most wonderful chance to have an impactful real estate acquisition that will have a long-lasting advantage for the City of Boynton Beach. With the CRA now in the driver's seat, the city will have direct control in the future for what becomes of these diverse properties for generations to come. Now, by being the first in line, the CRA will have a distinct benefit to negotiate a deal that would be a true winner for the City of Boynton Beach. As you are contemplating your vote this evening, please do so with an open mind, with the vision of a decision that will have terrific ramifications for everyone. The City of Boynton Beach, the CRA, the citizens of Boynton Beach, the taxpayers, all of the potential jobs this will bring forth with the purchase of these properties. With vast appreciation for your listening to me this evening, it's an honor to speak in front of the group here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. First, I'd just like to make a comment about the comments. I think it's important to be able to speak during the time of the item because staff and developers often bring up new data or opinions which would radically change what somebody would want to talk about. So it'd be better if it was there. Perhaps you could still have a net total of 6 minutes per meeting per individual or 2 bites of the apple, so to speak. Technically, the last item is on the agenda, but I'd like to speak on it because future items never get spoken about, and that is discussion and consideration of Andrew's house located at 306 Southeast First Avenue. We Move Historical Andrews House Committee believes that there is a strong push by the developer and staff to move that building to Ocean Avenue where the Ocean Cafe is, except maybe a little closer to the railroad tracks, and there's a lot of problems with that, and I'll send you an email on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I think since someone else brought this up, I'm going to say yes, please vote for the inn. I think that would be a great acquisition for our city. It's right there on the corner. We can do a lot of branding. We can do something hopefully like office spaces with it. But I would say no to the rest of the project. I think it's grossly overpriced. I think all of them are overpriced. I know a couple of you are realtors. And I really think you should look at the actual market value. As we know, market prices are going down daily. They're not going up. And the last I heard, they were already over $1 million overpriced for what they're currently worth. So please look at this closely. Again, I'd say yes to the end, no to the rest of it. To get myself on topic here, though, thank you for allocating money towards historic preservation and restoration here in the city. As you know, the residents really love this, and several of you spoke to this when you were running for office as well. I would like to say, please somebody have Tim give Mike a liability waiver so he's able to get into the Magnuson house. These waivers are everywhere. I don't know how they can't find one and just hand one to him so he can get to the Magnuson and start measuring. This has been dragging on for weeks. Please consider removing the addition on the back of the Magnuson house. It's not historic, it's falling apart. Let's get rid of it, solve some problems. We are not in love with it, so you have no fight from us. I would also like to say, please, when you're doing something with the Andrews house, please put in a deed restriction or some kind of restriction on the contract that the city or /CRA gets first right of refusal should the developer decide to not go forward with maintaining the Andrews house. Let us have the ability to be the next ones to take it, not just toss it on the free market, but let us be able to get our hands on it as a city, as a preservation group. I think, that might solve some problems. And as Mike alluded to, I think the best possible place to put it is moving it as far away from the railroad tracks as possible, just because we want to protect this house, not have it fall apart because it's sitting even closer to the railroad tracks than it is now. Thank you for your time. And again, thank you for funding historic preservation. We are watching.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi. Good evening to everybody in the podium and out here.
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
My name is Willie Roberts. I reside at 249 Northwest 28th Ave. I got a couple of properties over in that area, and I try to make sure things stay clean in that area, okay? But now we have a problem with cars parking in the road, on the sidewalk. I need to know I called the police out there last week 2 times about this car. The residents, for as I hear, that they was in, the car resident in Lake Worth, but it's in Boynton. It shouldn't be there. And it shouldn't be blocking the, I got a big truck, so I need all that room I can get. I have people blocking the road, cars blocking the road, blocking the sidewalks over there. To me, I've been there like 30 years. I came down in '87, I guess, somewhere in that area. And it done improved a heck of a lot since I've been there in that area. It's one way in, one way out. We don't even have no signs say one way in and one way, I mean, you know, no dead end or whatever. I ain't gonna hold it long, but I'll be back. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, please, to the right. Oh, okay, to the left. Step on up.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. I just want to say thank you very much for including historic preservation as a line item in your budget. We haven't really had any funding from the city. As a matter of fact, at the last Historic Resources Board meeting, we were told by city staff that we would probably need to fundraise to raise the $5,000 we needed to put the QR codes back up for the historic locations down Ocean Avenue. So I'm grateful for any and all. You know, you can always throw more at it. That would be great. I loved your video. The video was great. And when we finish fixing the Magnuson and put a business in it, and we get the Andrews up and going, you can add adaptive reuse to your little brag list. Thank you.
Next, please.
My name's Tom Warren. Proud to have been
I think your mic's out, sir.
There we go. So I'm proud to have been here in Boynton since I was 8 years old. The two items that the CRA is directly involved in that we're commenting on are the Magnuson House and the Andrews House. Our committee formed in November, many months ago, and that was to save the Andrews House from being torn down. Pretty much unanimous consensus among people with the CRA and the city to not get it torn down, and we are thankful for that. But time goes by. We've got to be persistent, and that's why we've been having meetings since November. And our group is intact. We've got 10 or 12 active people that are from all walks of life that want to save the Andrews House. It's connected with the Magnuson House. But now if the developer decides to keep the Andrews House as part of phase 2 of the Villages development, those two properties will not be on the same piece of land. It's a shame, but if that's what happens, so be it. We are pleading with you to somehow have stipulations in the agreement with the developer that if they utilize the house and then later they decide not to, the city would have first refusal on moving it and saving it. That's the oldest house in the city, and we know the Boyntons lived there. So that's item number one. Number two, with the Magnuson House, we're hoping that you can do some incremental improvements to that house and property to get things started. We know there's people, hopefully, that will put in bids for the entire thing. But the water damage is ongoing. We hope that you can somehow tear off that shed from the back that was added that's not part of the historic property. That's where the water damage is. And other small things can be done to at least get the ball rolling. So we're hoping you can do that and not wait another many, many months for those bids to come in to do everything all together. And access to both houses from our committee with a waiver are important. We've got documents that go way back that are in the Andrews House that are needed for the city archives to preserve them. And of course, the Magnuson House has a property that's so valuable that the interior needs to be upgraded and saved, and the exterior. So it's a big job, but we meet with Tim frequently. He's doing a great job, and we hope it'll continue.
Thank you. Next, please.
David Katz. As usual, lawyers can present things with a high level of abstraction. So I'd like to just get a very, will we be able to speak on things on old business and new business tonight?
Tonight, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Good evening, boards. My name is Ali Sweet. I live in Coquina Cove, 632 Shore Drive since '95. And as much as I love the city, I even bought another property on Federal Highway 603, which is I have my business in it. I would just say we should vote strongly yes to the 13 partial assemble on 444 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. It's going to be really incredible opportunity for the community. It's going to create jobs, and it's going to be very great for the local economy and for small businesses. And it's going to represent an incredible entry point for the city, where it's going to represent from coming from the 95, where approaching the city has been incredible structural, incredible place that people can see and then continue in curiosity to go to Federal Highway, where the downtown and the local great development going on. So I am strongly say yes for that, if that's possible. Be great for the city as well.
Thank
you so much.
Next, please.
Good evening, Board. My name is Frank Pasujata. I now live in Boca Raton, but I've been a resident of Boynton Beach for over 10 years, and I've been here in the state of Florida over 25 years. I do own business here in Boynton Beach, and I do own residential rental properties that I've invested into. And I first would like to compliment the CRA in all their efforts and accomplishments over the years. I've seen tremendous, tremendous growth in the city of Boynton. As you could see all around us, construction and development is strong. I compliment you, I compliment the city for doing this. There are many of cities in the state of Florida that do not even have a redevelopment agency or give back to the people in grants or support or help in any way. So this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity, you know, to help the community. And the agenda that I would like to discuss, which is new business, like my acquaintance Ali just spoke about, was the support of the opportunity to purchase this 13 parcel assembly on 444 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. Not only is it the entry of the city of Boynton, but also a tremendous site to indulge into a future development of not only businesses, but tremendous growth into the area. And I support that. I've come here this evening without having my dinner yet to attend this meeting. I was here also at the prior meeting, which did not proceed, and I just wanted to give all of you my tremendous support in moving forward in the opportunity. I think it'll be a great, great asset to the city, not only for the governmental, but also for the community and the people that live here. Anything of this amount of assemblage, it will always benefit in the long run. So I hope to God that everything works out and that the city can address it and hopefully move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the chambers like to speak on consent items or items not on the agenda? Come on down, sir.
Thank you. Mike McCray, Boynton Beach, Florida. I just want to tell each of you, I'm just saying I've been seeing positive things happening here, not only in your CRA meeting, but also in your meetings for the city. I'm glad you all went back to where if a citizen has a concern, you have staff that goes now and address them before they leave the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else in the chambers, with that, let's take a look if there's anyone online. There is no one online, so public comment is now closed, and we are going to move on. So we move the 14A up at this point. Okay, so we are going to go on to 14A. If we can move that up, and I see that Ms. Narlock is online. Yep, we moved that up on the agenda. So
Just quick point. Did you want to do 15B, C, then 14A, or was it 14A first?
By vote, I think that's what we did, but I'm okay to just start with 14A.
Yeah, let's start with
Okay,
14A.
Catherine?
Yeah, that was how I understood it to happen, so.
So 14A is an item that's for discussion and consideration is the update on recruitment of our executive director candidates by S. Renee Narlock and Associates. So, Mr. Tack, are you going to do it, or will she be doing it online?
I actually will introduce the item, and then I'll have a continue for any questions that you guys may have.
Okay.
So back in January of 25, the board chose S. Renee Narlock and Associates as the executive recruitment firm. On June 30th, SRNA, as I've identified them as for the sake of this agenda, provided a recommended candidates booklet that highlights 4 candidates that possess the necessary qualifications and experience. And they did conduct preliminary interviews. This has been presented before for your consideration. All four of the candidates have Florida CRA experience, with one of them previously worked, which has recently withdrawn. And you guys should have received that from her. A total of 28 candidates applied for the position, all of which you could potentially review and potentially select for interview. A member of Renee Narlock should be available online for any potential questions that you may have.
Okay. I have some thoughts on this, but I didn't know if anyone else would like to go before me.
Go ahead.
So I've been reflecting on this, on our ongoing effort to find an executive director for the CRA, and this role is very critical to our community's growth. But since February of 2024, we have worked with SRNA, and earlier than that, we had another agreement, which was a 16-month search with another firm. So I believe it's been totaling about 20 months without any success. So I'm concerned that recruiting applicants from cities with little similarity to Boynton Beach isn't setting us up for the right fit. And that's what's being presented to us when I did look at the applicants that we do have. We can't afford to keep hoping that each new candidate is going to be the one, because time is not on our side. Instead, I propose we consider ending this recruitment contract and exploring a presentation from RMA, a firm with a proven track record in nearby cities of successful redevelopment and historic preservation. I think that their experience could bring tailored expertise, and we need to move forward effectively. So I would like to either have a special meeting or get it on next month's agenda for RMA to come in and give the board a presentation to be considered. Thoughts from my colleagues?
I don't know anything about RMA. I haven't had any, I have no, I'm kind of at this is kind of, I am going to, I mean, I reviewed the packet, and I think that the candidates that were selected, although they are from cities that are differ from us, but at the same time, there is no city that's like Boynton Beach. So I think that although the candidates may not be exactly from cities that are exactly like Boynton Beach, sometimes that's what the city needs or the CRA needs also to push us forward in other directions too. So I personally don't want to rule out the candidates that have been recommended or that have been found. I am open to hearing a presentation from a company I've never heard of. I have no idea what they do or what you're proposing.
A lot of Delray, Pompano, and some of the neighboring cities. So please take your time and investigate them. I do, based on the applicants I saw in those cities and doing a little deep dive into the history of those cities. It's just my professional opinion. I don't think that these candidates have the experience or the proven track record in the cities for me to see that they've changed these other municipalities around. But I'm just asking the board before we make any decisions, and right, even if it is one of these applicants, to hear from this independent company that literally has a proven track record on moving historic homes, redeveloping blighted areas, also changing communities, and I think that's what we need. And I just think we have no success in this. We've had how many applicants in 20 months total?
We did our own personal searches initially, and then we just recently, within the last couple of months, retained somebody. But my position is, I personally would like to proceed with either informal or with individually speaking with the candidates that have been proposed to us. I'm not opposed to hearing your recommendation, barring consensus from the board. But that's my position, is I feel like we're down this road, and I think I would rather see this through and speak to these candidates before I decide to just scratch everything, because we've been doing this for so long and we're in the process. So that's my position on that.
Board Member Turkin?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm open to discussion about a firm. Other municipalities have explored that and have been extremely successful. I'm not sure what the contract is with the current headhunter. We've utilized an internal search before. We've gotten down to 4 or 5 applicants, and what happened? We became a bidding war with our current employer. What I don't want to happen is that. And if I'm in a comfortable position in leadership and I'm doing a good job and I have an offer from another municipality, now I get to increase my own salary. I don't want to be a ping pong for other people. We've been there and we have the historical context that shows that this has happened, right? And yes, we have been searching for this position. Tim, you've done a great job keeping everything afloat along with the rest of CRA staff. So my position is similar. I'm open to these members, however, I would like to explore a firm, hear them out, talk to these candidates, and then make my decision. Because again, what I don't want to happen is we stick with these candidates, we wait another 6 months, maybe we're unsure, we're uneasy, we have another person withdraw, like we just saw one of the applicants withdraw, and then they go back and say, hey, you know what? My current employer decided to give me a little bit more, I'm gonna stay, and now we've missed out on an opportunity to then have the conversation with a firm. And so I would be open to exploring that while maintaining and exploring these options in front of us. I think is a fair way forward and the most risk adverse given to where we're at today. Thank you.
Board Member Hay?
Yeah, we've been at this, as you stated, for 20 months or so, and we've tried it our way. We've tried with a firm, and you really don't know who you're going to get. On paper, they look good, and then when you interview them and talk to them, it's a different story. I see 4 candidates that was chosen. One of them I don't think should be in that number, so I'm looking at the 3. And one of those has experience right here in Boynton Beach. This particular staff, or not this particular board, but the previous board, which I was a part of too, and I think maybe one other of you were, was stating what a great job this person did while he was here. And we were hoping that he would change his mind. And the job, my understanding, and if I'm wrong, correct me, where he is now has dried up and he's available. So I know that individual. I work with him, I know what he can do, and he knows Boynton. Boynton knows him. The different organization around the city knows him. And I don't know about RMA, and that's neither here nor there. The point is that I know this particular individual. He's done a great job. We've given him increases every time it came up. And so I am ready to make a move. I can understand where the others of you who have not been exposed to this particular individual may want to extend it a little bit further. And
Board Member
He
Hay.
withdrew today. The one that you're talking about withdrew today.
Oh, that's one that withdrew today.
He
Yeah.
withdrew today.
And so, that,
And I have to
that,
disagree because
that being said, there are two others that look really good to me. It really was. Out of the four, one, I don't know why that, well, I narrowed it down to three. And one of those is gone, so the other two really look good. I'm ready to move.
have you checked into the municipalities that those other two worked with?
If this board feels uncomfortable with those two, then I'm willing to, let it go and maybe let the RMA come in and
I think we can compromise
and
here.
see
We
what
pursue,
we can do.
yeah, we pursue the ones that you all may be comfortable with, and we also get a presentation, whether that's a special meeting or next
But I would like
meeting.
the opportunity to interview
Agree.
the ones that we do narrow it down
That's
to, like
exactly-
we did before.
If it pleases the board, we do have the representative from the recruiter here that's available to answer some questions. There have been some preliminary interviews that have been conducted, if you're interested.
You have questions for her?
No, I just want to propose maybe we put this on the next agenda and we give everyone time to talk to these candidates through Renee. And we have that presentation from RMA at that next agenda. We hear them out.
Do we also get to meet these candidates before, or is that all just done with Renee? Because I think that's,
We would actually, there would be coordination so that you all would individually interview each of the candidates that you selected. The staff's direction, or what we were looking for from you all tonight, was just which candidates that you would like to interview, if indeed you wanted to interview any. Go ahead.
Let's say, and Board, if I may, for something like the management services that you're talking about, that would normally go through a procurement process. So it's not something where we could simply recruit one company to do. We would need to let an RFP. There are multiple companies that perform that. So we could also bring that back to you at the next meeting, or if you wanted to call a special meeting, however you'd want to address it. But we would need to work it through that process. It certainly wouldn't stop a presentation, but it would stop selection prior to that full process taking place.
understood?
I'm okay.
I'm okay with the
RFP.
next meeting. I don't want a special meeting. I got enough meetings. Bring it back at the next meeting.
I thought you were
I'm just
retired.
concerned because we do have
Huh?
I thought
some
you were
budget
retired.
items coming up.
I am.
That's okay. That's okay.
But I have a life also.
Yeah.
So I'm completely supportive of any of you wanting to pick any of those other candidates to interview. I did a deep dive on them today. I encourage all of you to do that. I encourage you to drive to the cities that they worked in and look at their history and see their record. And let's give everyone a fair shot, but I ask that we actually can have a company that has a proven track record, especially when we have obstacles of some serious blighted areas and the historical stuff. And even doing a deep dive on RMA, they have the resources to be able to handle some of the all of the historical stuff, but also some of the connections to start bringing some of the more better businesses to the area that we just haven't been successful without an executive director. And I think there's less liability using an outside firm as well. So I think there's a lot to digest, but I ask you just to consider it.
Go along with that.
I think it's fair to do this concurrently, move forward with an RFP that does no harm. We can open that up concurrently while we do this, because again, my biggest concern is I don't want to be a salary ping pong ball with another municipality. And then 6 months from now, we don't have anybody, and we could have started the RFP and taken course with this. And I think that's fair, not just to everyone's input so far, but to the taxpayer, and not allowing that political ping pong and waste of dollars. So I'd like to, I don't know if you want a motion to add that on the next agenda, or if consensus is enough.
Well, so for the agenda, we can simply add that. I do think public comment will be required at this point if you're picking candidates to interview. And then so I would suggest that you take public comment, then identify the candidates you'd like for staff to contact you about interviewing, and then we'll take your direction to put that on next month's agenda, both with the persons presented by Renee's firm and bring you an RFP.
Yeah, for me, the applicants are what Renee presented. I think there was 4, but now 3 because Mr. Simon had rescinded. So those are my 3 as to what was presented, and I'm okay to move forward with those.
So on the next meeting, though, is that where so RMA wouldn't present the next meeting, we're putting it up for RFP, then these independent companies would come in later on, pushing it to September or later?
So if the board wished to hear an informational presentation on what companies can offer, you could certainly hear that. You could not select
That's fine.
but the more traditional route would be to put out the RFP, then allow all companies that are competing for that to each present. Because different companies might have different methods for handling what it is that you're looking to do. You can hear information at any time.
So is there any way we can make the decision now to put it out to RFP for the next meeting for people to present? No? Okay.
I was gonna say, so this board historically reviews and approves RFPs before they are let. It's not within management's budgeting capabilities to do it, so I would have to bring it back next meeting.
Okay, makes sense.
So if you were to move forward with interviewing candidates or picking candidates at this point within the next 2 weeks, there would be interviews set up with said candidates. At the same time, we can concurrently work on putting together an RFP that would come back to you in August that you could review and approve. And then you could also tell us to go ahead and issue for soliciting while you're also considering at the same time what the outcome of those interviews would be.
Okay. Okay.
Let me,
I agree.
okay, I agree also, but let me just put this out in the atmosphere. You don't have to comment on this, but, you know, it's 20 months coming up on 2 years, and my prayer is that our current acting executive director doesn't turn in his resignation, but you never know what happens in the future. But but I just wanted to put that out in the atmosphere. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have to do a public
15.
comment on this.
Oh.
Okay, anyone have any public comments on this? Please come down. Okay.
Not online.
None are online?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so if I may summarize, we're going to take your consensus that each of you would like to coordinate with staff to interview each of the candidates still in the running that were the recommended candidates presented by Ms. Narlock's firm. And then next meeting, we will come back. You all can provide your feedback on those candidates. We will have ready for you from staff and legal an RFP for management services for the CRA.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Team B.
Okay, we are moving on to 15B. Get in there. It's all the way at the end. I'm getting there. I got like 10 pages here. Yeah, there's that.
Right, easier to just.
Okay, discussion, 15B, discussion and consideration of budget funding towards the neighborhood officer program, code enforcement and/or beautification efforts in the CRA.
I'll be presenting this item. So back in May, you asked us to add a future agenda item considering these various options for the CRA to examine whether there were some ways to enhance or create new programs for code enforcement, beautification, and the NOP office. So we did a survey of different initiatives around the state as well as some legal research and are providing just an overview of different types of programs that appear to fit within CRA funding capabilities. For your discussion, upon your direction, we can go more thoroughly vet out, provide programming for your consideration for any of these options, but we did, you know, our mandate was pretty broad, so that's what we've presented before you. So I can walk through this table. The other piece of this that's not spelled out necessarily on this table, but is an existing part of the CRA's function is the NOP officer program, which, as you all are aware, is a special police program that provides enhanced policing services within CRA. So that is also available for discussion under this item. I do believe you have some city staff here who would like to speak to this. And this is not this item, but for your benefit, we have included a line item in the budget in the next agenda item. There's no amount of funding attached to it yet because we have no idea what your direction will be, but it is there, so these can be considered together. So with that, I'm happy to walk through these programs a little bit if you would like, or if you've had the chance to look at them, you can just discuss however you'd like to proceed.
Do we have city staff that wants to come down and elaborate on our discussion yesterday and what our expectations are out of the CRA?
Long time no see. Dan Duggar, City Manager. I want to thank Catherine Rosmell for the spirited conversation we had today. So I took some notes, jotted down my thoughts, because a lot of the things that we're discussing here tonight is the board's vision, and specifically some of the new items that the chair has expressed that are very important to her. So when we look at the overall city's budget, in 1982, the concept of a CRA, great concept. You want to come in, you want to fix blighted areas, provide tax incentive funding to bring in new businesses, incentivize growth. The problem is the natural evolution of the CRA. Sometimes it can cut into the overall funding of the city. So it's a balancing act, essentially. And what we have now is property values in 2025 are vastly different than property values in 1982. A lot of us up here wish we would have bought a house in 1982. So some of the ad valorem values have ballooned to a point to where this year the city's cutting the check for $16.7 million to go over to the CRA. That is going to exacerbate itself over the coming years because you have a tremendous amount of development coming along in the CRA district. So we have to look at, hey, how can we provide additional visibility and enhancements in the form of additional personnel that the CRA can supplementally fund? And basically what we're doing is we're navigating the state statute. And when we navigate the state statute, we have to figure out a way to say, hey, okay, can we create the nexus in order to justify the funding? How am I doing, Catherine? Pretty good. So I jotted down some things, and I wanted to just go over as far as the justification for these positions. Again, I want to wait until we finalize any sort of verbiage, until this body's opinion is yielded tonight, and then we can kind of go forward and look at working with the CRA, with both Tim and Catherine, to see if we can get this across the finish line with the board's approval. So first of all, I want to talk about the Real-Time Crime Center, and I'm going to go through each position, if that's okay with you guys, and if there's something you don't want to hear, please just stop me and we can skip and move forward. So the justification for the Real-Time Crime Center spot, essentially a Real-Time Crime Center, it's a cutting edge and element that not a lot of cities have. So it significantly enhances the efficiency and effectiveness of law enforcement, and it's exceeding traditional patrol methods. The sergeant that will be utilizing this center is going to be leveraging real-time data from various sources, LPRs, drones, surveillance cameras, gunshot detection systems to proactively identify crime patterns, aid in suspect apprehension, and provide critical information to officers regarding, to officers within the CRA district. What's the number one priority of the bodies from a city perspective? Clean and safe. It's got to be the same exact whenever you look at to the CRA district, because you have residents just like you have on the city side that the city's providing those services to. So clean and safe, you want your residents to feel safe. That's going to be an enhancement. And if a real-time crime center isn't innovative, I don't know what is. So that's the justification for the whole real-time crime center spot. I'm not going to go over the justification for a supervisor for our neighborhood policing unit. It's going to be similar. It's just providing oversight, and it will be boots on the ground. There's going to be an element of that sergeant actually being on patrol, whether or not it be a walking field officer or a walking field supervisor, bicycle patrol, or vehicle patrol. That will not be a static, stationary position. And we heard from the police chief last night. He gave you the similar directive. So the impact on the CRA district, it's going to foster positive relationships between law enforcement and the community. It's going to lead to increased cooperation, trust in the community. And we've seen different incidents in the CRA district in the past where we could have benefited from that. You're going to have targeted problem solving, and enhance quality of life by focusing on reducing crime. We just had an incident this past week that was in the CRA district that we could have benefited those Invisalign cameras that are in Sarah Sims Park. With the type of technology we have, you provide another personnel in that real-time crime center, you're going to have a far better response, you're going to have additional oversight, and it's just going to be a better quality of service. So let's get to, ever since last night, we are no longer referring to code enforcement as community standards. So we're moving forward with the name change, but there's going to have some ordinance changes to come along with that, and we got to do some rebranding. So we're requesting, as a city, 4 additional code enforcement spots. So code enforcement is a standard municipal service. The request for 4 additional dedicated officers specifically for the CRA district signifies an intensive, proactive strategy to combat blight and maintain property values within the CRA district that exceeds the capacity of general city operations. These operations will focus solely on the unique challenges within the CRA, such as dilapidated structures, illegal dumping, unkept properties, couches and mattresses, directly impeding redevelopment and discourage private investment. Their concentrated efforts will accelerate the eradication of conditions identified in the CRA's findings and necessities within the redevelopment plan. Now, I also want to stress that in the event that some of this may not be in the CRA's redevelopment plan, there was a special meeting we held about 20 months ago to where we were actually going to hire a consultant to look at possibly amending or redoing the CRA plan. So I want the board to keep in mind that if some of these are not there, we can also look at amending the plan to make sure we can go back and look at maybe providing an avenue to the attorney to make things happen. Property value enhancement, I went over that. Increased investor confidence, public health and safety. So the beautification, we started a beautification department last year, and I think everyone can agree it's probably one of the most successful departments that we've had, and that was missing. I've been in the city 21 years now, and I've never seen a beautification department in the city of Boynton Beach. I know that any time that we hear residents' concerns and things of that nature, they'll come up here and they'll say, hey, well, this spot isn't being kept, or there's trash here, or the weeds are growing through the sidewalk. And the retort to that is going to be, that belongs to FDOT. That's the county property. That's Lake Worth Drainage District, on and on and on and on. So what we decided to do is, hey, we got to start somewhere. So we essentially asked the board to fund 4 additional beautification personnel, which we put on, and we shared the cost through the solid waste fund, thanks to Andrew and Kevin. We supplied a memo to the CRA last year. That did not go forward. It didn't meet the standard, but what we're asking this year is these 2 positions, these 2 beautification positions, to be solely for the CRA district. And again, it's gonna be similar to code enforcement. While general groundskeeping is a city function, the allocation of 2 dedicated beautification groundskeepers solely for the CRA district enhanced level of maintenance, aesthetic improvement that goes beyond routine citywide services. These individuals will focus on meticulously maintaining public safety, landscaping, streetscapes within CRA, ensuring a consistent, attractive, and inviting environment. Their efforts directly contribute to the curb appeal and the overall vibrancy that is essential for attracting new businesses, residents, visitors, and enhancing tourism, thus driving economic development that aligns with the CRA's mandate. These dedicated focuses on urban aesthetics is a direct investment in the CRA's physical transformation, and the beautification to code enforcement definitely meets the CRA plan from what I've seen and what's been presented on the monitors tonight. So I don't want to go into any further detail. I know you guys have a lot on the agenda, but I am open to any questions. I have my directors from each department here. If you guys have any direct questions about the positions that we're requesting supplemental funding for. And with that being said, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from my colleagues? Go ahead.
Will anyone on the beautification department or whatever you call it, those 2, what kind of authority will they have any at all, or they would report to the code enforcement in terms of what they find? How would that piece of it work?
I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna harken back to what Commissioner Turkin said last night with interdepartmental cooperation. I think you have to have cooperation with solid waste, code enforcement, police, beautification, because a lot of the complaints we hear from the citizens, they kind of run along the same lines of those 4 departments I just mentioned, but Charles Mosley will remain over all of beautification. We're gonna be bringing in a division director shortly to be over both streets, facilities, and beautification. But as of right now, Charles is fully capable. He's doing an amazing job, and he definitely incentivizes his guys to go out there and make a difference in the community.
Very good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Catherine. No, go ahead.
Okay, so I would just like to provide you all with the legal framework for this, and then I'll sort of tackle the options presented by the city manager one by one. So CRAs are a little bit different than cities in that we don't enjoy home rule power. So that means we have to stick with what the statute allows. Fortunately, the CRA statutes are fairly broad in a number of areas where they authorize things. There's generally a bit of leeway. On occasion, they are strict. So much of what was discussed is certainly something that's within the CRA funding. So supervisor for not, boots on the ground, bicycle, walking vehicle, all of that within the definition of innovative policing and permissible under the CRA statutes, also called for in your CRA plan. So from a legal perspective, both those boxes are checked. Code enforcement. Code enforcement is a little bit, it's not trickier, but what I need to sort of explain is that by statute, general government operating expenses can't be paid for by the CRA, but enhancements can. So it sounds from what's being presented that the program would be designed to provide enhanced and special code enforcement within the CRA district. Something like that would be permitted, again, also called for in your plan, so both of those boxes are checked. Beautification programs. This is something the CRA has done on and off over the years. It can be done. It can't take the place of ordinary city maintenance, but to the extent that it's an enhancement, it absolutely can be done. We can do it through grants. We can do it through personnel. We can do it through interlocals. As long as it's above and beyond ordinary services, that's all fine. The Real-Time Crime Center is would require a little bit more work on our part. From what's being presented, the complication here is that innovative policing doesn't mean what it would mean in English. So in English, we think that that means great new policing techniques, and that's how that would sound. Under the statute, it's very specific. It means it's a strategy to reduce crime by reducing opportunities for and increasing the perceived risks of engaging in criminal activity through visible presence of police. So it's got to be visible. So if it's funding security cameras, the CRA has done that before. We could do that. Increased patrol, sure. Increased vehicle patrol, sure. All other sorts of visible things, very available for the CRA to participate in. Something that's not so visible doesn't meet our statutory mandate, so maybe there's some work in the program that the CRA could do, whether it's funding someone who's not going to make a visible impact in the community. That's not something I've seen in other communities. That's not something that I read the statute to permit. I'm happy to investigate as much as you all like. I have taken a look at other policing programs. While many of them fund security cameras, they don't fund the back-end software and they don't fund the kind of basic police services. We would be very happy to work with the city over the next month to figure out, which in these bullets makes sense to bring back, but those are sort of the parameters we're working in. So it's above, beyond, enhanced, and visible.
Yeah, no, listen, I've been beating this drum for 3 years. Clean and safe, clean and safe. Federal looks like crap. You know what I mean? Federal highway has been ignored, and we've done a lot of great work, but I think it's time to really hone in East Boynton and the federal corridor, the downtown, and get things rolling. So let's talk cost, Dan. That's the big thing. What's this amount?
Total cost, I don't have an exact number. Andrew, do you have or Adam, do you guys have the exact numbers for the
I know the 4 code, I think, what was that, 200 and change. What about the beautification?
Andrew's getting the exact numbers.
All right.
Can I ask a question while it's kind of on the same track?
Yeah, go
Are you
for it.
finished?
No, I'm not, but you go ahead.
So, this last legislative session, we obviously are up against, the CRA being on a chopping block.
And I have been told by our representatives in Tallahassee that it will be on the chopping block again this year. Hopefully, with the FRA working together with the representatives and our senators to come up with a plan that meets some of the needs that some of the concerns they have and still allow us to do our jobs. However, one of my concerns, and I completely support having code assist and having beautification and all of that. My concern is, and this goes with anything that we fund police-wise or through staffing, if the CRA is, if whatever gets passed affects these staffing decisions, I want to know what's going to, because my concern is we agree to add another sergeant. Well, so now if the CRA then can't fund that anymore, then the PD is then acquiring a more personnel. Do they have that in their budget set aside in the just in case? Does the city have set aside funding in their budget for just in case? What would the plan be? Because we're looking at being back in front of the legislative session in January, in just a couple of months, and this is gonna come back up. And so my concern is that we agree to fund this, but if for some reason the state law changes in Tallahassee at the beginning of the year, what then happens to these employees who we've trained, who we've paid for? I mean, we need them in the city. I want to make sure the city can pay for them. If something happens and the CRA cannot fund it legally, what then is the city going to do to step up to continue what now we have sold our residents to expect? So that's my concern with, and I'm all for it. I support us funding these positions. Obviously, there's some concern with the Real-Time Crime Center, and I would love for you to research that and see. And I totally understand that. I want to make sure that we're doing things above the board, and maybe as far as the sergeant is concerned, maybe there's another shift that, we also have the community response team. Maybe in this interim of uncertainty with us being on the chopping block again this year, that maybe we test out having another personnel and that sergeant position, because I would like to see how that works out and how that plays out before I commit to a long-term, completely brand new personnel, because my understanding is that would almost be 100% personnel, and I don't know that right now the CRA needs that, or the NOT program needs a full-time sergeant, because of, in 2 years when we have development coming up, we'll need more personnel and we'll need to have that conversation. So those are my concerns. Dan, I would like to hear, and it doesn't have to be now, but I can't.
I can provide a factual answer to you.
Hold on.
So
Wait.
in about 2 years.
Let me chime in on that,
Yeah,
because I think
let
I
him
got
go,
an
and then I have
important
something
point.
to say, then you go.
So I can definitely understand the hypothetical, right? I don't like to operate in hypotheticals, because you could argue that the market could tank, and now we have a severe ad valorem dip in our tax revenue that would need to be handled at the city level, right? And what do you do in that situation? You make adjustments. And so we do this budget annually. We operate year by year. We understand what our ad valorem is, year by year. And so that's why we do this annually. And, if there comes a time where the legislative, body in Tallahassee decides to move forward with changes to CRAs, we adjust, we adapt, and we overcome. And I don't want that thought to get in the way of beautifying and making the east side of Boynton Beach safer, more prosperous, and economic for our residents. And so if we need to adjust, we can adjust. We are investing heavily into the city. There are buildings that are coming up. We are going to see that return on investment. It's without a doubt. Economically, if you look at what we've done as a board the last 3 to 5 years, we have made leaps and bounds in economic development. And that is how we make our money. And that's how we're able to fund these services. So I don't want to operate on hypotheticals or what ifs until we get to that point. It's always good to prepare. And I definitely admire what you're saying. We don't want to dish all this revenue to support city services, and then we can't pay for them. But the fact of the matter is that's a reality that could happen if the market dips, right? And so I think it's important to look at everything annually. And who's to say that in a year, this team, does so well, you have more development, you're starting to see this change, and we go, hey, you know what? We don't need this many members. We come back and we adjust, right? This is a pilot program. We haven't done this yet. And so I think regardless of what Tallahassee is going to do, we're going to need to make adjustments based on how this has worked. We've seen the beautification team be a great success. Neighborhoods like Marina Village reach out and they get responses within a day or so, right? And I think this is something we should definitely invest in, and people want Boynton Beach to grow. That's why you're seeing all these people here in the audience that want to support this acquisition, right? Because people are buying, they're believing in Boynton Beach, and we need to really improve the aesthetics and the two simple things, clean and safe. And so I'm not going to operate on a hypothetical. I think we look at this real-time crime center. That seems a little bit hairy. Come back to that for me, but as far as beautification goes in code, I mean, if you look at the CRA district compared to the rest of the city, they're majority non-HOA neighborhoods, right? So there is not a body that holds people accountable. Ultimately, residents, our neighbors, we hold ourselves accountable, right? You have an issue with a neighbor, you talk to them. That doesn't work out, then the city or the HOA holds them accountable, right? But accountability starts with us as individuals and as neighbors. And if we can't do that, and our neighbors can't hold us accountable and so on and so forth, that's where we see this return on investment for having these special programs so that we can say, we're making an effort to make the city, and Commissioner Hay made a great point yesterday. He wants this whole city to look the same. We want the whole city, and we don't want to know if we're in a blown or a blighted area, right? And that's the goal here, is to lift this east side so it looks like the rest of the city in terms of clean and safe.
And we also have the challenge that the CRA does not do the west side of Seacrest. So when you start looking at a lot of the issues that they're coming out of the CRA district, and the city is now being responsible to try to resolve those issues, and it's pulling from the staff that have to handle the outside CRA district. So I just feel like there should be some responsibility of the CRA to start cleaning up, some funds to start cleaning up theirs so that the city staff and the city funds can be dealing with what's outside, because CRA has a lot of them, and then you have a pocket right outside the CRA that's a big problem, and that area is not able to be addressed, and it's literally right across from City Hall. So now, Dan, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to try to unpack some of these concerns. I do have the numbers for you, Board Member Turkin. The new numbers are $615,000. All in total, including the NOP program, is going to be $1.8 million. And I know the CRA does provide assistance to the city in the form of, I think, close to $10 million. Am I correct, Tim? Is that the number? Because I think you guys have earmarked $5 million for Pence Park or something like that also.
Well, without getting ahead of myself too much, right now we have a draft of around $8 million for joint infrastructure.
Okay.
Total.
So next I want to address Board Member Kelly's concern. So in the event that the CRA does go away, I would be happy to utilize that $16.7 million I give them, and we will keep that money. And we will be able to provide even more personnel and more services to the city. No offense, guys. In addition to that, there's a $10 million debt service obligation coming off the city's books in 26-27. So in my mind, I look at, and I'm very passionate about lowering the city's millage rate, because that's a branding and advertisement aspect of bringing in new residents and new businesses. I spoke on this at the budget meeting, to where if we do get additional revenue, you have to balance that with new services and also lowering the tax rate in the city. And that's probably what I would use that revenue to do. But that's, that would be essentially the plan. In the event that the CRA does go away, there would be quite a bit more funding that we'd be able to actually add personnel, but we'd obviously have to go over to the economic development side and try to obviously supplement what the CRA does now, so.
Thank you.
If I may make a summary statement, that's the reason why the CRA was established in the first place, to get rid of slum and blight. And we should continue to do that and do that job until such time that it changes, and then at that point, we make adjustments. Thank you. Thank you.
So just to recap on the financials, you said 615,000, that's for beautification and
That's
the
all in.
code enforcement, not
Correct.
community standards.
Correct. That's gonna be a total of 6 personnel with the beautification and the code.
On
And
top of the 1.1 million, that's for the NOT program. This budget line item in front of us for the NOT program, does that include the sergeant that was proposed yesterday?
That's already included within the.
That was
1.1.
already included,
That's-
the two sergeants, but those sergeants weren't fully funded. It was 75%, I wanna say, of their salary.
Yeah.
So,
So this extra sergeant is in the line item in front of us now?
Only one sergeant is
One
in the line
sergeant.
item for the NOP program.
Okay, all right.
Only asking for one.
Yeah, we
And
only
so
need-
you're asking for an additional,
No, we only needed one.
okay, so where did I hear two?
you had two for, the other one was the real-time crime center sergeant.
And
That
that's
was-
the one,
and-
that's the one that's Harry.
Right.
Correct, that's the one that's Harry, but I do have some indirect methods that we could probably fund another sergeant with also having I know Captain Burdelsky's salary, who oversees the NOP program, none of his salary currently comes out of the CRA. So there's some opportunities where we can kind of look at to meet the state statute requirements and maybe indirectly offset some of that cost. And I want to reiterate, this was coming from Commissioner Kelly with the activation of the real-time crime center, what we were looking at adding that. So that's the kind of main point where we could have like a 24/7 operation of the real-time crime center overall.
And that has to be visible and innovative.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I understand Catherine's point on that, so. And we're gonna work with the CRA to see if we can get some of the other things across the
All right,
finish line.
so in order to make this vision a reality, we need to adjust this budget in front of us to move and generate $615,000 for the code enforcement and beautification efforts, if we want to proceed forward, given consensus from this body.
And my only, I guess it's not a concern, it would be more of a question, is when we do put this into, if we do put this into play with the code enforcement officers, that they are going to be working the shifts that really make it effective. Working 9 to 5 in this district, nothing happens at that time. So I'm hoping that we can consider doing the shifts that will actually start to catch the repeat offenders and clean up the neighborhood the right way.
I can work with Assistant Manager Temple and also Candace Stone to augment some of those schedules, especially during the heightened times that the residents see that, and I know Forest Park, the neighborhood that you guys live in, you obviously have vastly more intimate details than a lot of city staff has, so we could definitely utilize that information to where we could actually augment those schedules to make sure we're meeting the necessities of like cleaning that area up.
That'll be an offset from what we do in the CRA, because Forest Park's not in there, so we'll have to utilize this new team for the east side of Seacrest, at least between Wilbright and Boynton Beach Boulevard.
We know that on Wednesday to Saturday, the CRA side has the problems, and then the west side, not in the CRA, has the problem Saturday to the following Friday. So hopefully that's across, both departments can start maybe working some shifts that become more effective.
They're gonna be working together, so definitely.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you. Okay. Any more discussion or comments from my colleagues?
I support that. I mean, I think that I made my point very clear that I support code and beautification. Just because I'm on the west side of the city doesn't mean I don't care about what happens on the east side of the city. So I totally support that. My concern was really with the sergeant, and also just knowing that the CRA is on the chopping block year after year, and I wanted to make sure that these employees that get brought on don't end up not having a job in March.
So that's my concern, is that they would roll over into the city somehow, and we don't know how it looks. I know, Dan, you hope that if for some reason the CRA disappears, that the money would automatically go to the city, but I know that that's likely not where the funding goes, and the county would take a lot of that.
I
So-
enjoy keeping $11
No,
million
yeah,
of the
we-
county's money as
Yeah,
well.
of course.
So,
We would love to
like,
know
there-
that
there-
it
there's
comes
that.
right to us. So in a perfect world, that would be a guarantee, but we know we don't live in guarantees.
And I too support it. The concern I have is the schedule. I just hope that we don't have one guy looking at a screen 8 hours a day.
No, sir, absolutely not. They'll definitely be able to return on investment, especially from the beautification and the code aspect, so you'll definitely continue to see the city moving in the right direction. And again, I want to just close this out by saying, at the end of the day, each of you guys know I'm passionate about moving the city forward, and I don't mean to say that from a cliche standpoint. It's just, you have 85,000 residents, 980 employees, and we're doing a balancing act to always try to provide competitive salaries in the market to get the best employees for the city of Boynton Beach. And we're doing that. And that's a testament to everyone up here that you guys have supported me and moving in that direction. So I do appreciate it, and I appreciate Catherine and Tim's help. So thank you.
Tim, where do you recommend that?
What I'd like to do is suggest to you that we work with the city, solidify what we're looking at, and we're gonna talk about the budget here in a minute, so we'll have an opportunity to put a placeholder dollar figure for that for the now at the next agenda item. But I'd like to bring this back before the board with it spelled out, what it is that we're proposing, what we're doing, just to get further input back in August, and we'll have more time to sit down with the city and go over this with Catherine and bring it back before you.
Great.
And just to be clear on our side, so the items that we've discussed, crystal clear on, there were a few other initiatives in this sheet. I just want to make sure that we are not moving forward with anything other than what was discussed. Just and again, I can run through them if you want, but some of these are, volunteer programs and that kind of thing, so I just want to make sure that we're.
It's great to keep this handy, because
perfect.
in looking through them with the commercial improvement grants, with facades, and I think there's some ways that we can do some, utilize this. So I appreciate you doing this research and figuring out what is out there and what we can do with the funds, because I feel like we have a lot of funds that roll over into property acquisition, which is great. But if we can utilize that to enhance what's already here, then we should be using those funds. That's kind of goes along with, we
So
need to start
we'll come
building
back
some
with
stuff, too.
programs.
Perfect.
Okay,
All right, thank you, guys.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be moving on to C.
I'm sorry, Board Chair, before you move on, we do have direction, but as options are being eliminated, it would be appropriate to take public comment at this point.
Oh, anyone would like to speak on public comment, please come down. Line up at both podiums.
Good evening. My concern is with the 4 code officers or community, whatever you want to call them, in place, when you all place this in there, make sure you do some educational reach out, please, because that's where we have the problems. I'm just saying the repeat offenders, they're going to continue to come back unless we train them. They got to be trained. Saturdays and the weekends will be a good time to have the officers out working in District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I say yay, go for this. We can't have enough police over in the CRA area. As they well know, I'm very supportive of my police in CRA. I will say that as somebody who owns property there and is trying to rent it for, we're going into month 6 now, and I had people walk away who wouldn't even show up and cancel their meeting last weekend because they heard about what happened, and that was 4 blocks away from our house. And my house is actually in a nice area, and it's beautiful, and it's gorgeous, and it's historic, and people drool when they come inside, and I can't rent it because of the other things that go on. So we can't possibly have enough police. We can't possibly have a better possible real-time police center, because I say go for it. I employ people. My lawn guy lives in that neighborhood. He has his dresser up against the windows because he's afraid his little girls are going to get shot. So he goes home and moves his dresser by his front of his house. And he and his children should not have to live that way, and that's like 2 blocks from my house. So I'm all for it, and I say yay, go for it with code. But as former Commissioner McCray said, we really need to inform people. I mean, personally have made a huge effort to get the word out about the tree issue. So maybe code wants to go tackle that first and definitely let everyone know, because they truly do not know that there's a tree ordinance and they don't know the garbage thing. So definitely get it out, and then please go out and enforce the heck out of the code thing with the trees, because I don't enjoy having my power out in the summer like I did 2 weekends ago because somebody's tree knocks out the power. And it looks like you did too?
Yep, I lose power often. There's 90 of us that lose power just on Southwest First Avenue because of some apartment complexes that don't cut, especially with summer.
Yep.
So.
Oh, I have them, the house next to me and 2 more houses down. And I will say, it happened out on Congress as well, so it's certainly a citywide problem. So thank you for getting them to do that, and yay, go police.
Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, now we are moving on to 15C, discussion and consideration of fiscal year 2025-26 project fund budget. Ms. Hill, can you open the item, please?
Good evening, Board Chair, Board members. Vicki Hill, the CRA Finance Director. I was waiting for it to come up. Okay, there we go. It looks like the tax increment revenue will be 26.1 million. That's if the millage stays the same. If you guys change the millage, it will adjust. We have for the marina 1.1 million. We have our debt service payment, which is 2.3 million. And I'm glad to say this is our last payment for 25-26.
Yes.
I usually put in operating expenses, approximately 18% of the TIF. So that's going to be 4.7. And let's see what we owe for TIRFA. We owe 500 Ocean. We're in year 7. 444,621. Our first year for Wells Landing will be this year. They're on the tax roll, so it's going to be 105,757,000. And then we have our town square payment for this building. We're in year 7. It's going to be 3.55 million. So if we can go to the second page, it looks like what we have to allocate for fiscal year 25-26 is 15.1 million. The one in green.
It should right above that, just up a little bit.
So that's what we have
There it
is
is.
15.1 million. Now, the master interlocal agreements that we have for the city, we are going to do a rollover. We budgeted 2.5 million last year, and we're rolling that. We haven't used any of that yet, but they have some things coming up for Pence Park Design, and so you'll see everything that's there. And that's what we have. I guess they're going to have Pence Park Design, and they're going to start the construction. They want $4 million for that. We added 5.1 million, which is going to give us 7.88 million for that. Now, the rollover may change because we still have to have funds to get us through September. So, we do have an engineer project manager, and we're rolling that over. We're still working with the city to hire that position. This will be the 3rd year that it will be rolling, 160,000. For that adaptive reuse for historic properties, We are rolling the 300,000 that you gave last year, and we're adding 1.2 million to it. The future grocery store, we're rolling the 2 million, adding 500, 2.5. The local match for stormwater, we're just rolling the 250,000. MLK entry feature, we're rolling 199,000, adding 150, so we can have 350,000. The Marina ERM monitoring wells, we're rolling 263, adding 36, so we can have an even 300,000. Marina seawall, that's what's needed. We budgeted 3.25 last year. We're adding 250,000 so we can have 3.5. The parking garage, 2 million. We're rolling 2 million from last year, adding 500 so we can have 2.5. Now, property acquisition, we had 6 million that we're going to roll, but what our Jabbar Jenkins did is went back to 2020 till now for, we had the sale of Cottage District and a lot of other things where we needed to reallocate in the project fund. That's why the acquisition is so large right now. So we threw it there just in case you guys did want to get the parcels or the hotel. We wanted to make sure we had money there. So we added 3 million to that so we can have 17 million in acquisition. The property maintenance for the post office, we're just rolling 150,000, so we're not adding anything for that. For our NOP office, this is our 7th year in the program and it's very successful. We are having, what they asked for is a little over $1 million. Now, the code enforcement that you just spoke about, it seems as if you guys are going to want 815,000. Is that what I heard?
615.
615 for beautification, and then I thought I heard 200 for code. I got that wrong?
They put it together.
Okay, 615. So what I'll have to go and put that in because the end that I had was 243. So I'm just going to put 615 in here, and these numbers will change next month. For commercial economic redevelopment grants, I'm rolling 394, adding 155 to get it 1.25. And let's see, we have business promotional marketing. I just put in 218,604, what they ask. I'm not sure what the role is yet because we still are doing things here. Site work and demo. Oh, wait a minute, I missed business development and promotions. I'm rolling 94,000 and adding 515 to give it a 610, even 610. Site work and demo, we are rolling 246,000, adding 253 to make that an even 500. Professional development services, that's our appraisals. I'm rolling 97,000, adding 152 to make it an even 250,000. Ride share, we are putting in 450,000 for that. I'm not sure how much will roll as yet. We have our legal. We are adding 260,000 for that. And hopefully we can start our CRA plan. We're rolling that 300,000 again. And our contingency, we are rolling 200,000, adding another 300,000 to make that 500,000. Do you guys have any questions or concerns or what you would like to change?
Do you want me to go? I just have, and again, new kid on the block here, but the future grocery store of 2.5, I think that's something that, I've heard us discuss that over and over again, and I think that having experience in real estate and doing commercial before I did residential is we're putting that ahead with all the development that we have coming down. Once the demographics start changing and increasing, I would like to see a nice grocery store come to us. So I'm not sure what you have in mind on that 2.5 mil or what type of grocery store that may
Property
be.
acquisition.
Yeah, I was gonna advise that we move that to property acquisition. The historical context there was to essentially bring in a smaller private boutique, operator, you know, and help subsidize the space, land, build out. I think there was talks about, like a Joseph's Market or something similar to that. Obviously, you know, that hasn't happened. It's been, 3 or 4 years. And let me remind everyone that we did have the conversation with Time Equities about really marketing some of that commercial space to the grocery store and looking back at this budget and saying, hey, maybe we can move these line items over and have the commercial side produce the grocery store versus utilizing these tax dollars. So I do agree with you, Chair. I would like, and I think Board Member Kelly mentioned it, was, I'd like to shift that future grocery store funds into property acquisition. So I would definitely support that.
It currently sits for the acquisition of
Right.
property for that specified purpose, so if you did want to, you could reallocate that at a later time as well. Just keeping that, I know at one point in time, it was the board's will that they wanted to specify the purpose, but
Right.
obviously that's up to you all.
Say that again?
So it was always for land acquisition
Right.
for a grocery store, but they wanted it slated for that specific purpose.
Right.
As a placeholder, so that would never be forgotten. But again, you guys could utilize however you want and a
Right.
mid-year adjustment, so it's up to you all, what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I'm okay with moving it over to acquisition.
Vicky, the Women's Club dropped off of the district-wide interlocal agreements. Is that?
It did. It seems as if the ILA has ended, and when we spoke with the city, we were going to take whatever was remaining, and we were going to put it in the master ILA, in the master ILA. The 500,000 that you gave them last year, it hasn't been touched as yet.
Right,
So-
well, and I think but the reason why is because there is a significant amount of work that needs to be done, and my understanding is that it's a process. It's not that they can't, they can't just go out and hire an electrician to do $1.5 million worth of electrical work. But at the same time, if we don't prioritize and we don't set aside this, then we're then basically stopping progress on the Women's Club. And so I've spoken to city staff about it. They got the impression that because the interlocal agreement was ending, that the CRA wasn't interested in funding it. So, which is completely opposite of my position, and it's always been at the board, is that we set aside funding for the Women's Club for the specific purpose of improvements, so that can get up to the quality rental space that it has the potential to be. So I would like to see funding added back to this budget, specifically allocated for the Women's Club, just like we have every other club or every other, project that's coming up, and continue that conversation with the city.
Okay, if that's the case, how much would you like to put into the
We
Women's
had
Club?
500 that was there previously, so, I mean, there was a reason that we had built it up to that amount, because we were looking at significant improvements that needed to be done at the Women's Club. So would be my position, it would stay the same as it has been, and until we know more as far as what's happening with renovations that need to happen with that.
Board Member Kelly, may I ask a clarifying question? So there was an interlocal agreement specifically for the Women's Club. Over the past few years, the CRA and the city have worked together to consolidate their various interlocal agreements, and now we sort of have one with a Schedule A that we adopt every year that line items them out. Is it your preference that we have a separate ILA that we recreate for the Women's Club, or is it, I think the CRA's intention was to fold it into the Schedule A. Do you have a preference on that?
No, that's fine, but it completely dropped off. So that's my problem, is that it was.
Right, but-
It was included in that, and now it's gone, so I would like it
I
back.
believe it's included in the project fund, but even if not, I just wanted to understand from a legal perspective whether you wanted a separate.
No, I don't need a separate agreement, I just need it to be part of the agreement, that we continue to support that entity.
I'd like the opportunity to have the, to coordinate with the city, to see what the ask would be, so that we can come back. We could provide it as part of the master ILA.
Right.
And that wouldn't be an issue. The ILA, as it currently sits, at the end of the year is when it expires. So if it's the board's desire to go ahead and fund a certain allocation towards that, we can add that to the master ILA, not a problem. I just would like to coordinate with the city to see what those items are.
Of course, of course. I mean, there's way more than even 500,000 if we set that amount aside. There's way more of work to be done, but I think that's what was in there previously. That's what we had allocated, and so I'd like it to stay that for now until we know what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of rollover and wiggle room to keep that there.
Thank you.
I got a whole laundry list, so I'll go last.
Do you have any comments before Member Turkin? Okay, you got the floor.
All right, thank you, Chair. Reuse for historic properties, I think part of that, I would like to see a historic planner funded, right? I think that's a good use. I think all, if not most, of any historic home resides in the CRA district, whether that's something that the CRA would take on or refund or reimburse, the city to hire. I would like to throw that idea out there. That's been discussed quite some bit this year. The other thing, for the marina seawall, Tim, thank you for, being ahead of this and allocating these funds. My question is does this cost, and do we have a plan in mind for what are we gonna do for those commercial tenants when we do this construction? I know we've talked about this before, and we're waiting here back about some potential grant funding from the federal government. And, I just want to make sure that we have a plan for those tenants and that if we are going to help assist them, right, we do that. Or if this board, we've talked about it previously as far as moving towards more commercial development instead of residential and utilizing those tax dollars to create destination commercial, a marina being one of those things that creates a potential, temporary home for these commercial tenants. And so I want to make sure, before we get started with this obviously much needed project, that we have a plan for those tenants. And if we can't get something done ourselves, meaning the CRA and the city, that we have the ability, to assist these people while that construction endures.
Would we solicit and look for, put an RFQ out for a request for qualifications for that design? That's going to be a part of the considerations and a part of the planning on how we're going to facilitate the current tenants, and to see if there's the opportunity to phase it so that we have minimal impact.
Okay, so I guess the question, so would the cost, so say worst case scenario, you can't split the construction between one side, the east and west side of that marina, and you need to move all the commercial tenants, and, maybe it's a temporary stay. Are we going to assist with that? Because that rent is gonna be significantly much more than what they're paying at the CRA marina. So I just wanna make sure that we're having a plan, and, if we can do our best, great, things happen, this is for all those businesses' best intent, but I want to make sure that they at least have the proper notice as well, as we move forward with this.
Yeah, any preliminary design that we're going to be looking at, those items will be addressed when we have a better idea of how that is actually going to be constructed.
What's the timeline on that? Like,
We were waiting on FEMA to give us an agreement so that we can move forward and have part of that money pay for the design. But because of the way things are and how things have been delayed, we're looking at towards probably the beginning of the fiscal year on actually soliciting expending the design dollars on our own, and then when we're looking to go to design, then we hopefully will have an agreement in place so that we can actually get those dollars reimbursed as we go through construction. It doesn't look like we're going to be fully funded as a part, or at least not yet. We did go through the next round of funding, and I'm not sure where that is, but I will check with our representative to see where that is for this fiscal year. But we did get awarded and have allocated, so certainly $4.5 million is going to be the what we're budgeting overall. So the design's a minimal part of that. But we will certainly be coming back before the board to have a lot of those discussions on how we're going to move forward.
Yeah, and I would like, I don't mean to interrupt board member, but I want to, if we need to be at 4.5 million for the project, is that what you're saying? Is that like
That's
an
the total cost that we're estimating, but
Right.
part of that's funded. Part of it's being, we have, I don't know the exact dollar because I haven't looked at it.
Right.
But it's
I just
like
wanna
$1
make
million
sure
and
that
change
we're-
that the
that we-
pre-disaster mitigation grant is going to be funding.
Right, I just want to make sure we keep that in mind when we're doing these allocations, that we make sure that we're not shorting ourselves on that and spending a bunch of money in other pockets and then we're
The-
short when
the
it
amount that
comes
you
time
s-
to write a check.
The amount that you see there is
Mhm.
less the amount of funding that's been allocated as a part of the pre-disaster mitigation grant.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Sorry, board member.
No, you're good. For the site work, demolition, environmental, do we have anywhere specific for that, or are we just using that as a placeholder? For potential
That is for
acquisitions?
things as they come up.
Okay.
We look at, different opportunities as we acquire property, so that is.
Sure.
You have flexibility there.
And in theory, if demo was negotiated, at some point, that would free up this for potential reallocation.
Yes.
Yes.
To utilize elsewhere.
Yes,
All right.
I mean, you guys have total control of how you want to spend
All
this
right.
money, so.
Good to know. The next thing is, so Catherine, we had spoke about Coquina Cove, I believe. That's an area that pays quite heavily into the CRA district via ad valorem. And we had done some research into potentially assisting with, I think, a neighborhood gate there. And it looked like the statute did allow for that.
So there's a couple of factors there, and we do need board direction to do the full thing out. But basically, the question presented to my office was whether it's possible for the CRA to pay for security infrastructure for a particular neighborhood. And the answer is it depends on the context, but if the roads interior to the neighborhood remain public, if the gate doesn't actually prevent the public from entering the neighborhood, but does act as a crime deterrent, and a couple of other factors, it is possible for government entities to pay for that kind of security infrastructure.
And just so you're aware, there is a city infrastructure project in Coquina Cove that they are looking at, and I'd like to come back before you, after I've coordinated with them to get an understanding of
I
what
don't know if the
additional
gate
funding-
is in that project.
I don't
but
know either.
What I'm looking for is just to add this for conversation as you guys revisit this, to maybe have that proposed or as a discussion item, on the next agenda, so that if it is feasible, we can look at that. That neighborhood has had, I think at one point, like multiple break-ins within a week, maybe 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And, I think those neighbors deserve any assistance that we can get that meets the statutes, especially if they've been long-term residents paying into their neighborhoods. Next thing, the CRA Advisory Board had discussed a splash pad as being one of their initiatives, and the eastern side, I think some of the idea was to look near the downtown, I think, and create an area or maybe enhance or improve a park that would allow for a splash pad. I know we have an aquatic center in the northern side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, and I know many residents would like to see also just a small splash pad as well. And so I think, if, I don't know what that would cost, but I would like to see some funds moved around from this excess rollover we have. And just a spitball idea, just so the CRA Advisory Board feels heard. And, they're not just meeting for nothing. And
Just to let you know, they were planning on presenting some of their findings at one of our future board meetings.
Uh-huh.
So those discussions will continue. Playgrounds do have lives.
Sure.
So they were looking at a lot of different opportunities. They have a lot of good ideas. If you're looking at planning dollars, would that be kind of the idea that you would be looking at conceptual design type money set aside to look at? Or were you looking at?
Yeah, I think a conceptual, I think there's some wiggle room with some of this rollover stuff. Obviously, we identified, I think one of the first step is the women's club. We want 500,000 reallocated to that. And then, everything else we've kind of mentioned, property acquisition being reallocated. So I would like to see I wouldn't like to just talk about it, I'd like to be about it and get some conceptuals done.
Could that be part of the Pence Park construction and the design of what they're
I
planning?
think maybe this
Or
is
what
like
are they
a
planning?
spitball between staff and CRA staff.
Well,
and-
the original assignment
Don't mind
was
the
within,
spitball.
was within this area.
Okay,
within
like a
this district.
downtown.
Yeah, I think within the downtown.
Within the cultural
and
district.
activated. Yeah, the cultural, that's right.
Correct.
I think they were looking like right here.
Yes.
I
Yes,
think
they
that was
were.
the thought. So that might not be the reality, but I think it's a good conversation to have and,
I don't want to give any spoilers away
that's
either.
fine, that's fine.
Next to the
I
post
got the
office?
spoilers
Next to the
already.
post office? Right. We're
Yeah,
just sitting on
but,
that land.
I think, I think somewhere, Pence Park actually isn't a bad idea, right? Maybe we incorporate that in the design. That's a little bit tucked
Have
in.
more than one.
It's tucked in from both
Yeah.
of those arteries, Seacrest and Federal, because right here off Seacrest is, until that beautification happens and that traffic calming measure happens, there's, I don't know about having kids right there.
So what, as a board, would you be looking at dollar-wise to set aside as a part of the
I don't
budget?
even know what those things cost, so I think I need.
Maybe we
you to
come
tell
back
me.
in
Yeah.
August with some of these other adjustments, with some
Okay.
potential costs, and then we'll make our decision then.
Okay.
Again,
Question for you. MLK, we talked about the power lines, and I see 250,000 for the MLK streetscape design. Is that what that is, or is that included someplace else?
That is the redesign of the MLK from Seacrest to Federal, including the continuance of 2nd through from 10th to 9th. Yeah.
From 10th to
From
9th?
MLK south towards where Public Works is. Weird feedback.
Okay.
And right now, we're currently working with FPNL on lighting up the south side because we have the overhead that is a little bit cost prohibitive and is going to take a lot more collaboration. So what we were trying to move forward with is lighting up that southern portion. So a survey has been completed, provided to FPNL. They're reevaluating and looking at a design to incorporate lighting in that corridor. But what we wanted to do was to provide those GFIs so we had the ability to do
Correct.
what you were trying to effectuate for the holidays and and not only that, but opportunities for cameras if, need be.
And we've had that discussion with them before. Have they given any timeline this time?
They are changing the schedule of what they have available as far as lighting options. And I would really hate to move forward with their current if they're going to be changing those and they are no longer available. Plus, the fact that the GFI, as we explore that, we may end up having to own the poles at the end of the day. So we need to make sure of what our options are.
We'll talk more about that, but what would that mean if we own the pole?
If we own the poles, that's mean we're going to be responsible for the maintenance. If somebody hits it, we have to replace it. As opposed to with FP&L, right now you are paying on a monthly basis that gets on their schedule. So if the pole is damaged, it's their responsibility.
But if we own the pole, we could put those electrical.
Yeah. Yeah, it also
We
means,
want
it's more infrastructure
But we
too.
could light up.
That's true.
MLK.
But I'm being told by FP&L that the new schedule will have light poles that have that option.
Okay.
So it's a matter of timing.
So if we own them and a hurricane takes them out, we have to buy them, but if FPNL owns them and a
Correct.
hurricane takes them out, they have to buy them?
That's correct.
And how much does one of these poles cost?
Typically, if you take the average, it's around 10,000, but it depends on what you buy.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Tim, I have a quick question. So, Board Member Turkin brought up the historic planner aspect of this. I know Vicky mentioned that this engineer project manager's position that was proposed 3 years ago has continued to not be filled. Is this something that we can?
The city's been actively trying to fill that
Okay.
position and have not.
Okay.
I will get with them to see if, what their future intent is.
If you could get an update on that, because maybe that we can
But the
just-
idea of that position was to help with all of the joint infrastructure projects
Mhm.
and administer those projects on the city side to make sure that those come to fruition.
Right, so if we could get an update on that, since now we're looking at 3 years that it's continued to roll over without being filled, that would be great to get an update on that. But in the meantime, I support Board Member Turkin's request that we allocate funds for a historic planner or manager, however that looks.
So by having that position filled, would that not open us up to go for grants and whatever else? Because I think one of the requirements to going after that is to have that position.
I would like the opportunity to coordinate with the city about any future, funding for positions, just to see what that would look like and bring it back before you.
Okay.
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 I mean, do we?
We have to do public comment.
Public comment. Does anybody have any public comment? Please, if so, please come on down.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach, I want to say thank you for pushing forward with the historic planner idea. Thank you, Commissioners Turkin and Kelly. Thank you also for taking care of the Women's Club and not forgetting that we have the only public access Meisner building in South Florida, and it's a great treasure for our city. One thing, I believe it was Vice Chair Hay mentioned this, and I was trying to pay attention, sorry. Got my knitting counting going on, and I kind of missed it. Someone alluded to the holiday lights, and that may have been you, Tim. I don't know that any of you have been here long enough to remember, except possibly Board Member Kelly, that we used to decorate this entire city, every major street, every intersection with holiday lights. And when I had brought this back up a few years ago with the person you have replaced, that idea was poo-pooed. And I kept saying, but this is how you get rid of slum and blight. And this neighborhood always had, the MLK Street always had beautiful lighting at the holidays. And the neighborhood took great pride in having such a beautiful street. And we decorated Seacrest, and we decorated, you could even add Woolbright and Boynton Beach Boulevard and Gateway. So it would definitely cover most of the CRA district. And why can we not bring that back? And doing something with the poles, whatever you want to do. I loved how they made the poles in that area look completely different than the poles in, for example, Ocean Avenue. And I think each neighborhood needs to claim its own design aesthetic. And this is a chance to do that if you choose to go forward with buying poles or however you do this. But I would love to see you guys bring back the lights. And it doesn't even have to be a religious thing. It can just be, warm white lights for the holidays, even just something kind of generic, just to make it special and nice from, November through January, because, everything gets really sad and depressing in January. It'd be nice to have the lights continue on. But I would definitely say put that in. There's no line item for that, and why not have something? Let's truly beautify the CRA district and make it distinctive, make people want to come downtown. Look how great it turned out when you lit up the banyan trees and how much everyone loved that. So thank you very much.
If I may, Mayor. That's great, Susan. I think what happened there was the economy and COVID. And it just kind of disappeared, and it was low on the totem pole. And I'm glad to see us discuss it again now to move it back up, because it did have a positive impact on the entire community. Thank you.
Hello there. We're ready for you.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Kathy, still.
Hi, Kathy.
Still learning. First of all, on this this first page that talks about the CRA funding and the TIF stuff going forward, I assume it's a typo, that it lists like the future TIF agreements at 100% for the time equities. I thought that was 95, I believe. There's some others that are shown at 100. The Pierce is 100%, Village is 100%, is that correct? Anyway, and I'm not sure, but when I looked at this, the total, it seems like one of these numbers, maybe the math needs to be checked. Something didn't quite add up for me. Anyway, with regards to these interlocal agreements that I don't fully understand, but anyway, this Pence Park construction of $4 million, I'm not sure. I looked at some document about Pence Park, and the attachment said it was on north, like in the north section, but I think Pence Park is in the south. So there's something that's not right with that, and that seems like a lot of money. I don't know what exactly the plan is. It looked like maybe something for football fields and soccer field, or I don't know what $4 million is for, but that's a lot of money. And there seems to be an awful lot of money going for parks, and which is great, But my concern is, again, the historic properties that has been neglected for so long, that you're going to put, I don't know. I think looking at some priorities here, the historical planner, the adaptive reuse of $300,000 that she's talking about rolling over, I was hoping that's going to get spent like soon. And certainly more money is needed in that category. And then this splash pad, I know, I guess it'll be on the next agenda where they're bringing back their ideas with that. I know there was talk about a water feature. And so many of these things kind of overlap with regards to the city and the CRA, the beautification, the signs, the entry signs. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know enough about, but I do know that I drive Federal Highway, and the entrance signs, I'm out of town. Okay.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening again, Barbara Reedy. I just want to say thank you very much for even talking about a historic preservation planner. I think it would be wonderful to have such a position restored to the city. Something to consider is possibly having a planner work in conjunction with the grant writer. You know, I've been to city commission meetings and listened to the report that the grant writer made, and that's a person that's busier than a one-armed paper hanger and could probably use some help. And the historic preservation planner that we had, everything that he was able to accomplish, he did it through grant money. And since we have achieved the status of certified local government, the CLG status carries with it opportunities to apply for grants that other cities cannot apply for. Fort Lauderdale has tried to become a CLG for decades and still has not mastered it. So that is a real feather in our cap to have that status. So I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Turkin. And the splash pad, we have plenty of grass over here by the playground. I know that, you know, conversations I had with Colin Groff when we were trying to encourage him to put a splash pad over there. There are two kinds. There's the recycle kind, which is more expensive, like the one out at the Barrier-Free Park, which is a recycle one. And obviously is something that we should consider. Even though it's more expensive, it's more, you know, better for the environment. So I think those are two good things that we could do for our city. That's wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak on public comment? Okay. Okay, we're going to close public comment on this item, and we are going to continue to move on to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Vicki.
Are there any items my colleagues would like to pull for discussion?
No. Second.
We have, good. We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to 13, since we will be moving past 12, CRA Advisory Board. I'm going to turn over our acting executive director, Mr. Tack. Could you please give us an update on the CRA Advisory Board?
Yes, at the last June meeting with the CRA Advisory Board, they made additional suggestions on ways to beautify the area within the CRA district above what the city requires. They also took a continued discussion on a splash pad conversation by providing examples and costs, which they mean to present before the board at a later time. They will be, their July meeting was canceled due to the proximity to the 4th of July, and people's schedules couldn't get to work, so they canceled the meeting. At the next meeting in August, they will be discussing the 2 Heisman Trophy winners and a way to honor them, as well as the street naming ideas that were assigned to them. They also reviewed 2 properties, one of which is on our agenda tonight, is the 13 parcel assemblage with the address of 444 West Boynton Beach Boulevard, which they did vote to pursue as a land banking opportunity, as well as a additional property at 870 Industrial Avenue. They did pursue, or they voted to pursue as a land banking opportunity, but that property is no longer available. It is under contract.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are moving on to section B, discussion and consideration of the first amended purchase and development agreement with Maple Tree Investments LLC for the USPS project on the CRA-owned property located at 401 to 411 East Boynton Beach Boulevard. Mr. Tack, can you please present this item?
Yes, the CRA board approved back in September 2024 the purchase and development agreement with Maple Tree Investments for the properties located at 401, 411 East Boynton Beach Boulevard as a new retail operation for the USPS. The executed PEDA states that the closing of the property shall take place no later than 90 days after they obtain a building permit for the project, which would require an approved site plan, final design, and executed lease with the USPS. On May 5th of this year, they requested to close on the property prior to getting a signed lease because USPS has been delayed due to the sorting facility relocation. MTI would prefer not to fund the full design without the ability to purchase the property. MTI agreed to a reversion of the property upon USPS's failure to provide a signed lease. MTI has requested an accelerated closing date on or before August 1st, 2025, with written notice to the CRA by July 15th. Otherwise, those requirements would no longer be a part of the agreement. If MTI does provide written notice by July 15th of the First Amendment, paragraph 20D would be replaced with the commencement of construction and groundbreaking no later than 30 days after receipt of the building permit. A reverter clause would be added to the agreement as paragraph 23, and paragraph 24 will be added to the agreement, making MTI responsible for all of the CRA's legal fees related to the First Amendment, regardless if the First Amendment is exercised or not. So no cost to the CRA. Todd Conley, representative for MTI, should be available online if you have any questions, and this is for your consideration and discussion.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Commissioner Crowley, do you have any questions on 14B?
No, thank you.
Member Turkin?
I'm okay with the amendment.
Okay. We are going to move on to 14C. Oh, no, public comment. Any public comment? No? Okay, public comment will be closed on this item. Moving on to.
Board Chair, I do need a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the First Amendment.
Second.
P&D agreement with Maple Tree Investments.
Okay, we have a first motion from Board Member Turkin and a second from Board Member Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to 14C, the discussion and consideration of purchase of the inn at Boynton Beach located at 480 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. Mr. Tack, do you want to open this item?
All right, back in May of '25, the CRA board first looked at the sale terms of the inn at Boynton located at 480 West Boynton Beach Boulevard and requested CRA staff to further negotiate. CRA staff met with the seller on May 19th and has provided a draft purchase and sale agreement containing the following terms as seller's best offer. A purchase price of $8.5 million, which is the appraised value. Deposit of $250,000. Due diligence and feasibility period 60 days from the effective date of the purchase and sale agreement. A closing date 90 days from the effective date of the purchase and sale agreement, and property to be delivered unoccupied. These are the revised terms as presented as the best offer from the seller for the board's consideration and discussion.
Are there any questions from my colleagues on this item?
I do have a question. Typically, Tim or Catherine, the due diligence period seems really short in dealing with a commercial space such as that, and I'm really concerned with the terms being so tight. I also, of course, as my previous comments, have an issue with the price because, as this board knows, and many in the audience, that we purchase properties. We're not landlords. We don't maintain properties. So this would be a tear down for future use. So I struggle with paying for an appraised value that includes use of the hotel, because that's not something that is in our scope. And so I struggle with paying well over what the land would be worth without a hotel sitting on it, and also without having an idea of future use. And also, one issue and one thing that I spoke to Tim about is we really don't have, and Board Member Turkin and Chair, you may have a little bit more input because it is your neighborhood, but we really don't have neighbor buy-in. And we ran into this on a city-owned property where the neighborhood was not buying into the plan. And I struggle without having had any community meetings or anything specific to what would be appropriate for those neighbors to purchase something that potentially, depending on what the CRA or a future developer had an idea, that we could not get neighborhood buy-in for it, and then we would be sitting on a very expensive piece of land. So I have some concerns. Those are my concerns with that. I think it's a lot of money to take chances when we don't know what the neighborhood buy-in would be. You know, would they be okay with with a mixed use? Most of this area is single family except for directly where the inn is. I know the inn has been, obviously, I know it's a huge nuisance issue, and I think that's why we're even really considering this at this point. But those are my concerns, and I think that without some neighborhood community meetings to know what they would buy into and support with this, I have a hard time being willing to commit to that amount at this time, or so those are my thoughts on that.
I do agree with you on the appraisal of it. I understand that sometimes we have to pay over because this is land acquisition, but I think that it would be great to possibly have a second proposal on it, not for what it is now, and see what the land is, or somehow come to terms with the seller of getting an exact number on demo. It's been anywhere from 500 to $1 million. And again, I think even splitting the demo with the seller would be a good idea. One thing from living in Forest Park that I recently learned is this is a nuisance and there's a lot of calls that go there. And so the police that monitor on the west side of Seacrest are being pulled to this hotel, right? So again, we lose out on that kind of patrol because of this hotel. So I did say from day one, I think that if this was an operating hotel, that there wasn't prostitution and drug addicts and overdoses and multiple calls there. And it was a 5-star hotel, but if you Google it, it's what, 2.5, 3? I don't even know.
It's 3.
It's 3. Okay, so.
According to Google.
I asked the police to give me a police report of even the last 6 months and how many calls have come in there. And that's when I learned that that pulls from our coverage. So I would like to see, obviously, maybe some more negotiations when it comes to the demo, because we are not in the hotel business. We are not in the landlord business. And it's not, it's a sore coming into our city, but I understand the obstacles that you're talking about. So, Member Turkin?
Thank you, Chair. Not too much to add to my colleagues. You know, listen, I just want to see the Boynton go. I think there's an opportunity for this acquisition. You know, this ties into the next agenda item that we're going to talk about. You know, I like contiguous properties. There's opportunity there. What I don't want to see, and I could say pretty confidently from my neighborhood, your neighborhood, Chair, is they don't want to see residential high-rises there. They don't want to see a more impact of thousands of neighbors in their backyard, looking in their backyard, blocking their view, right? And so for me, you know, when I look at this acquisition, you know, I'm not just looking at this site, I'm looking at what we could activate at that entryway. And, you know, the market's the market, it's going down. I don't like the idea of being a landlord. You know, I do like seeing that this will be delivered unoccupied amongst all the tenants. I do want to see a longer extension with due diligence. 8.5, I think, you know, we got to look at what the land value is. I'm okay to pay more than what the appraised land value is, but I'm not okay with this price in front of me. And, you know, when I look at this property and other properties on the docket tonight, you know, I don't know if there's a way, Catherine, that we can craft some type of language to deed restrict these so it doesn't become high-use residential. And that's something that the city, I don't know if the CRA would do that as the owner of the property, or if there was a legal mechanism to make sure that if we do move forward and we do negotiate a good price for this property and maybe another property, that this board, you know, if we don't have the opportunity to execute its vision, that another board in the future does, protected by restricted covenant. Because what I don't want is, you know, this gets kicked down the road, we acquire the property, you know, we don't execute the vision. People, you know, another board dismisses what the community feedback is after having those community meetings, and then you just have another, you know, another high rise. We don't want that. I know my neighbors don't want that. I'm 2 streets over from this, Chair's 1 street over. You know, we do not want another high rise in our backyard, and we don't need that impact in the city. We do need to clean up that entryway. And so I think if there's a legal mechanism to protect its use, you know, that would incentivize me to look at, you know, negotiating somewhere in the middle.
So to respond to that, so some of the normal mechanisms that would be in place, you know, in terms of zoning, land use, that type of thing that would fall on the city side. As you all are aware, the Live Local Act constrains the city's abilities to limit those things. Depending on the ultimate use of the property, it would be possible to deed restrict it in some scenarios.
But if we purchased it, we obviously wouldn't do Live Local unless we dedicated it, right?
Correct, and if it were turned into a park for the benefit of the public, something like that, you
Right.
wouldn't need the deed restriction. Putting a deed restriction to prevent a private property owner from ever doing something with it in the future, those things typically do come with a time limit. I would need to look more at the circumstances of this property to give you a full answer on that. And exactly what it is you would like to restrict or allow, those for property are specific questions, so we can certainly look into that. But again, those types of restrictions on future use of private property do tend to be time limited.
That's if the use is under private ownership. If the use is a joint partnership between the CRA, the city, or a private entity, triple P, or if it remains in the city's use, you could do that.
Well, so boards are not entitled to constrain forever the future decisions of future boards.
Mhm.
And so certainly while it's in public control, the operative boards would make those decisions. There is no board decision that you could make that would limit a property in a way that a future board would not be able to undo if they wanted. That's just.
Right, they could undo it. I mean, they could undo it. You could make it unanimous, right? I mean, there's definitely mechanisms to make it difficult, I believe. We've done that in the past. And so that's my position is I'm interested for the right price and for the right vision, not for another high rise.
Well, and oh, sorry, you haven't spoken yet. Go
No,
ahead.
No, you go. We've all
Okay.
spoken. It's your
Yes.
turn.
My position on this is, you know, this is prime property, right off I-95. I would say if we were to purchase this, I would tear down that hotel. One of the things I discussed with, I think her name is Kim Kelly of BDB, of West Palm Beach. Well, over the years, I've noticed many businesses coming into the county and skipping over Boynton Beach, and so I asked the question, why? And she said that we don't have not much, what she called Class A office space. And I think we need to really look seriously at overcoming that, because certainly this I see as an opportunity. If we could, certainly I go along with the deed restriction if we could, you know, do that. But I would not want this piece of property to slip away from us, because as we look up and down I-95, whether it be another hotel or office space, or we could restrict the height. But there's not too many hotels right off an I-95 exit. You have to go a long distance, both north and south, to find one. And so I look at it as an opportunity, but like the others are saying, I would like to have a little more time to gather some more information and study this a little bit better. But I do see an opportunity here.
I do too. I agree with you, but my concerns are at 8.5 million. That is
Yeah.
a nice operating hotel. So I think that, you know, my thoughts were a couple weeks ago that this is probably one of the best places to come and bring offers, because real estate has contingencies and it has counters and it has terms. And this is just serving the seller. It's not serving the city. You know, the 60-day period of effective date. We know we're gonna tear it down, right? But at the same time, why would we pay for something that we didn't do somewhat of an inspection on and pay for the actual condition of the property? Or if we don't do that, get a firm number on demo, and maybe the seller is willing to split that with us, because that's fair. That's good real estate negotiating. And I know, if I speak from the prior meetings, the seller did say, well, you know, if we don't do this, we'll just go and do this. That's been tried for a long time, and no one has come to pay this, or even when it was listed at a higher amount. So I hope we can do something and work with the seller. I just hope that it's good real estate and not just favoring the seller.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we can get a significant decrease in costs, great. Selfishly, there's other things I want to see done as far as acquisition goes. That's waterfront, marina development, commercial development. You know, we have the hotel site planned right here on Ocean Avenue, you know, so I think there's opportunities that we can utilize this funds instead of draining our whole acquisition fund between this and one other project. I don't want to do that. I want to meet in the middle. I know we can get it done. Market's on the way down, you know, so we can continue negotiations. We can designate someone to negotiate. We've done it before. The former mayor designated himself, or that was designated by the body, to negotiate the town square deal. And, you know, or Tim or Catherine, I don't care. I just want this to be a win-win situation. And right now it's not, and I think we can get there, and I hope we can. And I think the seller's here, so I'm more than happy to hear what he's got to say.
Yeah,
If you
definitely going
guys
to be
agree.
open up to public comment. But I don't want it to just keep getting pushed and pushed and pushed. So I hope that we can go into the real world of real estate negotiations where it keeps on moving, and that could be playing the game back and forth a little bit, but it can't just be, this is it.
We are talking about taxpayer dollars, and
Right.
every dollar that we can save goes into other projects that we can do. And when we wipe out our entire property acquisition, that's not feasible or sustainable for the CRA to be able to do what we do. And so when we have these proposals that come before us and they think, oh, you have so much money sitting in acquisition, you can afford it. This is taxpayer money, and this is the only budget that we have to be able to do what we do citywide or CRA-wide, and so we have to be fiscally responsible. And so, board member, to your point about, deed restricting it, I think we just have to do something with this. If we buy it, and we move forward, we need to do something with it. We are notorious for sitting until something comes up.
Well, that's why the
And-
60 days is not enough. So I don't know if it's possible that this goes into a longer possible closing date, or 90 days, I'm sorry, closing date. But in that 90 days, is it possible that the CRA moves and starts getting out an RFP? And that could be one of the contingencies, that we are not taking this
100%.
property unless we can absolutely do something with it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's one option, and we're in asking a seller to wait. I understand that you would pay a little more with those conditions. Or is it getting an appraisal that is the land, not a land with a 3-star hotel operating, and see what that value actually is? And then maybe we can work from that too, whatever is the best path, but I think these are two viable options when you're dealing with real estate, so.
But wouldn't we have to put up the 250,000 in order to
Yeah, but
get those
that's
90
the deposit, so
90
if it falls through, you'd get it back.
Get it back.
Yeah.
And if the seller wanted to still keep it on the market during all this, I could live with that too.
Yeah.
And we have the first right of refusal, that if some buyer comes along and wants to offer him, then we can say, okay, we'll
There you
match.
go.
And we match, and if not, good luck, build what go ahead and have your buyer, the buyer, even without us being the buyer, is still gonna have contingencies about what they can do with this property, and they're still gonna have to come to the board or the city. So that contingency would be there with the other deals too. So why don't we have it?
Yeah, and the sentiment, and I'll just go out and say it before it's said, the sentiment of, oh, there's gonna be a live local there. I mean, every developer's asking for TIF. Unfortunately, we're asking for more TIF, and the cost of construction has skyrocketed. Banks are hesitant right now, so I'm not gonna buy that we're just gonna do a live local thing here. I'm not buying that, so don't try to sell it to me.
Okay. We are gonna open up to
Open up
public
to the
comment,
public.
so come on down, anyone who would like to comment on this.
Come on down.
And remember, this is just the hotel that we're commenting on.
Hi, never done this before. So I'm Shelby Seidler. I live in Boynton Beach. I live at Avion Riverwalk, actually, right off of on the waterfront there. And I'm definitely in favor of this purchase for sure, and the redevelopment of it. It's funny. The first place I ever bought was in Los Mangos, and the Homing Inn was right there. And that was like all I could afford. And I was like, it was definitely like an uncomfortable situation. And I feel like over these past few years, seeing Boynton Beach just trying, and like even from, I don't know, Turkin, if you even remember our conversation from like a few years ago. Yeah, and you were telling me that like they're working on making Boynton Beach more of like to act like a city on the water. And it's pretty crazy when you think about that this is a city on the water, a waterfront city, and we're not acting like it. It doesn't look like it. People drive right through it. And I'm in real estate, I'm a realtor, and people are always like, I don't want to buy in Boynton Beach. And I'm like, no, please, let me tell you the neighborhoods to go to, because there really is like so much opportunity. And I truly think that people will wish they bought 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I think this is a huge piece, this redevelopment, especially right off the highway. Like, people are so visual, and I think it just gives people a weird feeling. And that's your first encounter with Boynton Beach. It's just, I'm hugely in favor of cleaning it up wherever we can. And I think that in this market, while it is a little down, I think we should be taking advantage of that and do something now. So I definitely think time is of the essence, and I think this is would be a really good acquisition.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Haver, George Boynton Beach. At the previous meeting, which wasn't a meeting but did allow for public comment, the two members that were here heard from a legend in development who happens to be here tonight but did not want to speak because he had already spoken at the previous meeting. And that's Bill Morris, who has done development for many years and is highly respected. And his comments were that this needs to be pursued and that it's a great opportunity for development. I will tell you that Kelly Smallridge with the BDB 15 years ago suggested that we start pursuing Class A office because it was going to Boca, West Palm, and Jupiter. And we were missing out on those opportunities. And she has, every time that she's had an opportunity to talk to the commission or the CRA over the years, she has reiterated that each time. This is a prime opportunity to negotiate, do your due diligence, because there is no way in hell it's a three-star hotel. On a good day, it's a 1. You have, just go back through the police records and the code records. There are so many cases that have been there with prostitution, with drugs, with homeless people, with abandoned vehicles, with on and on, trash and debris, and just so many things over the years. And yes, they bring them into compliance, but usually the week of the hearing is when they would bring something into compliance. So the community would deal with that for 3 or 4 months, and it wouldn't get better, it would get worse. Then they bring it into compliance, 3 weeks later, they're out of compliance again. The crime issue is an ongoing issue. This crime needs to be taken away. So I highly recommend that you pursue this, negotiate, do the due diligence, because look at the land value without the hotel, just the land value, okay? It is prime property. You're still gonna be at a high price, but you're not gonna be at $8 million. And for them to tell you that that's a 3-star hotel, are you kidding me? When I was on the chamber as an ambassador, we used to get complaints every year.
Yeah.
Calling into the chamber complaining, and they weren't even a chamber member. Hundreds and hundreds of calls, people going, I can't believe, I went there and I got changed to another hotel because it was so bad. They've never improved it. It is dilapidated. It's just a nightmare that needs to go away. And yes, they'll share in the cost of demoing. That's a normal negotiation thing. Been there, done that. Please pursue this. Thank you.
It's actually showing 2.6.
Oh, did they go down?
Yeah, it's 2.6. Yeah.
Barbara Reedy. I'm just wondering, you know, I remember years ago when the discussions about the homing in came up, about it being a public nuisance, and why didn't the city just take it? So if this hotel is such a public nuisance, I'm wondering why it's not a code problem, why code doesn't close it down or do something to clean it up. I know that I've heard in the past that that hotel is a dumping ground for sober homes. Now, drilling down to the root problem of why it's a nuisance is a social issue, and the sober homes are a problem because when the insurance runs out, I've heard that they give the people, you know, a night's worth of money and dump them there. So I don't know if I don't know what the solution would be for the sober home problem. But certainly if they were considering taking the homing in, you know, declare it a public nuisance. And you know, take it. What the heck? You know, at least it'll bring the price down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I urge you all to do due diligence. Take your time. Boynton has established a history of overpaying for property. Remember, it's not your money, it's our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bill Morris, 971 Southwest 7th Street in Boca Raton. I'm a Boca resident, but I love this town. I've been interested in trying to do whatever I can to try to help, especially the downtown area, because I think the opportunity for continued greatness here is very real and very special. I really want to suggest to you that you've got two properties, and I would certainly link this too with the 444 Boynton Beach property. You have a combined roughly 6 acres, approximately 2,000 feet. I haven't really done the calculation, lineal feet on Boynton Beach Boulevard at your entry. I could not agree more with Reverend Hay in terms of the potential for a high-class office building, which I think the city has desperately needed for quite some time. I think the potential for a signature hotel at that corner, there's plenty of room for multiple uses, in addition with some meaningful retail and some really great gateway feature. Again, the juxtaposition of that site relative to Swinton, as Seacrest brother, and US 1 is so close. I mean, why not take advantage of that, take advantage of the height of that site as you come off of, or onto and off of 95. North, south, and east, west is an incredibly special feature that you have that no other city that I'm aware of in South Florida has. So I would suggest to you be smart about the contract negotiations, do what you need to do with the properties and that sort of thing, but I strongly recommend you consider buying it. This is a unique opportunity that I don't think you should pass up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Ware. So I'm going to reiterate what I said again. I think you should buy it, but I think you need a drastically better price. You know, being a realtor like the rest of you, I think we're all very aware that you're trying to sell your property, competing against last year's sales, and you need to be looking at this week's markdowns. So, you know, the property is going nowhere but down, so there should be a much better price. But that being said, I do think we need to acquire it. I think we should be maxing out at the 4-story height limit. And I think we should be looking at downstairs, possibly, you know, cafe and meeting spaces, because this city needs places for organizations to meet, for groups coming into town to meet, you know, and then do the next 3 floors Class A. We desperately need that, and I've been saying that for years now, so I'm glad Vice Chair Hay, you've been listening to me all these years as I've said over and over and over, we need more office space. First of all, because we don't have the water to run a hotel. We don't have the water for more housing. Let's be real. We need to put in something that's as least water intensive as possible, and that would be office space. I would also ask that you consider carving out a space from the parcel to make for a city sign, an entrance sign, a proper one with an art feature, and make it beautiful. And should you eventually do that, I'm going to put in a plug here for the birds, because there's a massive problem, and I've sent you all emails on it before about the bird population being decimated by these plate glass windows. And please do something. I know I sent you guys a picture of a place in London, an office building, where their art feature is multicolored windows on the actual building. You could do something like that. You could put some kind of pattern or design that keeps the birds from running into them, the little dot matrix thing, but make that an art feature. So this not only becomes a beautiful office space, but it's also art inclusive in addition to whatever you add in that carved out space. And I think Barb had a really great idea that, maybe you should just look at eminent domain for all the problems they've caused and all the code violations you've put out. And I think Board Member Turkin had a great idea. Start reaching out to the public. Maybe we should be doing a public charrette on this, like we need to do more often for more of these big parcels. But that being said, I do say buy it, but get a much better price. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Any more discussion from our colleagues? Oh, come on down, sir.
Come on down.
I'm sorry.
Rebuttal your insults. As I
don't think they were
Good
insults.
evening, first of all.
Like facts.
At the meeting in the month of May, when you had acquired an appraisal, you all said the same things that you're saying today. Madam Chair also said that perhaps we should activate the code enforcement to bring the property down. You're trying to acquire this property at a fire sale. That's not gonna happen. You can acquire it at a fair price. We can negotiate it. It can't be done at land value. You're a realtor, right?
Yeah, I'm a broker.
Forgive me.
And you have 2 minutes, so
A
I'll keep
broker.
it moving.
If you're a broker, you know the rule of acquisition of real estate. Like the gentleman said, it's a great location. So you have location, location, and location. I can't possibly sell you this property for the price of land because it can sell as a hotel that could use some money to be renovated. And that's what I'm in the process of doing. So there's affordable housing, there's live local. I have all kinds of ideas that can be put in place.
Why haven't you done it? You've had it many years.
I just took over the property from tenants who were there for 12 years, and I'm not happy to hear some of the stuff you've said. I took over the property in February, and I told you so at the last meeting, and I'm not proud of it. But one thing I do know, that it's not going to stay that way for too long. So you decide. I'm prepared to sit down and negotiate, but Mr. Turkin, it's not going to be at land value. If that is what you have in mind, we can end this conversation right now. But if you wish to negotiate something, perhaps time is not on my side, because what these tenants did to that place, it's not worthy of mentioning. Yes, it was a nuisance, and I had to put up with all of that. But I finally took over after 12 years, and the biggest mistake I made was I never went to see the property. They had the option to buy it, they didn't buy it. They ran it down, and I'm fully aware of that. But it's not going to stay there for too long. So if you don't buy the property, please don't become an impediment for me to work on it. Let me work on it. I have an offer today from a person who doesn't even need, I'll finish, doesn't even need any rezoning or any live local. He might be contacting you. The offer is higher than what I'm asking at the moment because it involves the government. It'll take 90 days, that's what he's asking, and I'll give it to him. But I also want you to know that I'm highly motivated to move this property at the right price. So if you wish to negotiate, let's sit down and talk and come up with a fair price.
And I hope we can do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo. David Katz, Boynton Beach. Sometimes you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Yes, you should acquire the property, but you shouldn't get, excuse the phrase, raped. Okay? It's a tear down. maybe the gentleman's willing to negotiate as far as the tear down. You know, it's, like somebody said, it's a one-star hotel. It's not a three-star hotel. The other option is through nuisance abatement. I understand that the current ordinance is really not fit for enforcement, and maybe the city attorney needs to, you know, post-haste work on that. There's been that many police reports there and crimes or whatever the heck's going on there, then that's an avenue. If he can get it up to par by then, and if he's got an offer out there, which I think is a piece of sky pie right now, I mean, he could say whatever he wants, I hope it's the truth, then he should sell it. But we should try to acquire it, but we should not, you know, pay more than what it's really worth. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments from my colleagues?
No, listen,
Would we like
I'm okay. I'm not okay with what's in front of me. And if Live Local was gonna be done, you would have already done it. You wouldn't be selling it. Because the cost of construction is way too high, and then you come back and ask us for TIF. So I'm not buying that. You know, I wanna go out, I wanna see what the land value is, right?
And
And
the
then we
demo.
negotiate.
I
And
would
then we
like
can
to-
negotiate somewhere in the middle. And if we don't, that's okay too. We'll deal with the next property owner. You know, maybe that's what's supposed to happen, right? But I am not gonna pay $8.5 million for this. I'm not gonna pay $7 million for it.
I'm not going to say anything on the 7, because for the right terms of splitting demo and things like that, we're getting closer to where we need to be. And I do not mean any disrespect to you as an owner. I clearly disrespected your establishment, and I kind of stand behind that because I live near it. But I apologize if you felt that you as a person were being attacked. I understand what you've been through as a business owner. I would like to ask the board to consider asking the CRA chair, the executive director, or possibly Catherine, to start continue negotiating this, but possibly with a second appraisal, because we only have one, and this is a very big property, and it's not abnormal for municipalities to get more than one appraisal. And somewhere meet to where you're a little more comfortable, and we are comfortable. I think it's a great thing for us to acquire it, but I just think we're just not there yet. I would like to be there, though.
Yeah,
And I agree with that. I definitely like to be there. I still see great value there, but by the same token, I don't want to pay with blood, lose an arm and a leg for this. I like to see the numbers. I like to massage them, whatever we have to do that you guys bring back, and we go from there. But just to jump, just because it's there, that's not what I'm saying at all. Good piece of property, yes, but hey, we're not gonna give our shirt for it.
And I don't expect just to pay land value. I did state that we would pay over in certain circumstances, or maybe negotiate the demo. But we're not trying to, I'm not trying to steal your property. I don't think anyone on this city or the board is trying to do that. But you have to make it fair for the condition of what it is, and then we're stuck with something that, I mean, even when you read the reviews, it says that there's mold in there, and there's urine, and this could be like a biohazard thing we're dealing with. So why would we not meet in the middle of possibly, if we do acquire it, of both of us investing in the demo of this place, instead of the city just eating it all? It's just my thought.
Chair, to your point about the new appraisal, and I would like, Tim, that it be separated out, that we have a land appraisal as well as a structural appraisal, and we do have that just recently done, but I would like to see what the actual just land value is. I mean, public record, property appraiser, we know what it was paid for, we know what it was bought for, we know that you expect to make money on this, but, you know, like I said before, this is taxpayer dollars, and we can't be bullied into spending taxpayer money when it's unreasonable on a property that has been, and it's not you, I mean, this is not just new, that it's been a problem property. It's been a problem property as long as I've been in the city.
Regardless of the owner.
Right, it doesn't matter who owned it in the past, it's been a problem for many years. So, I am comfortable with having staff move forward with having an additional appraisal that incorporates land separately and then moving forward, and hopefully we can come to an agreement. But like I've said before, this is taxpayer dollars and we have to be responsible. And we're not gonna get bullied into paying for something that is not fair and reasonable to the taxpayers, so.
And when it comes back to the demo of it, an estimate ranging from 500,000 to $1 million make me very uncomfortable.
Right.
So I would like to see a demo company actually go out to the site and see
What the true
what
cost would
the
be.
true cost. And I get things may go up when they get into it or something, but it is built up on a hill. There's certain things that we would have to do after building it, but I would like an accurate, so that maybe that can be something that's negotiated between the board and the seller.
Tim, do we know, from the FDOT, when they went in eminent domain, that portion of it, what the property owner was paid for that? Can you find?
We do have that record. I don't have it right
Yeah,
off the top of my head,
because we also have to remember that FDOT did, eminent domain, a portion of the parking lot in particular, but paid for that through eminent domain. So I'd be curious to know what FDOT paid for that, just so that we, we're keeping that in mind, that it's not complete as it was previously, so.
We'll bring
Thank
that back before the board,
Great,
too.
thank you.
Okay. So.
Direction?
Okay, so as I understand your direction, you would like staff and legal to get additional appraisals and continue negotiating. Those appraisals should take into account the land value and the structural value separately. Do our best to provide information on the actual cost of a demolition. Obviously, we're not gonna be putting that out to RFP, but we can bring back, estimates to that front. Bring back that information for you, as well as anything else we're able to negotiate.
And I want to piggyback on what the chair said about the RFP. Like, that's important for me, especially if we get into negotiations, maybe we're in the middle, and maybe, in a perfect world, we have a plan, right? I just don't want to pay this egregious amount of money and not have a plan.
Right.
And that goes for the next parcel that's contiguous. So I don't know if there's a way that we can do something for both,
Yeah, we
right?
could
'Cause
look
I
at a
think
contract purchaser arrangement where one of our conditions is, and I'm not sure exactly how you'd want to phrase it, but, a certain type of project redevelopment. We could look at it, but we could look at a kind of contract purchaser arrangement if they were willing to negotiate that, have an extended closing dependent on the right factors being in place. We can certainly negotiate all of that.
Yeah, and that's fine. We have some more of that. I'm okay to budge on the price.
Right.
Because then that becomes, it just doesn't become an idea, it becomes a reality, right?
And I also, maybe we're being a little ambitious here, but I still think it's done that we do not want the seller to just sit and wait on this RFP process. That is not fair to you. So as a board, we have to be committed to hustling on that process for you, sir. It's not that we're trying to just say, okay, we're just gonna keep dangling this in front of you. That's not the objective here. So I think that we need to be very ambitious in our efforts of getting that out and finding out the potentials and start vetting them. And maybe that also makes everyone more comfortable of the potentials moving forward.
And I'll say this, I'm willing that if we get closer to the middle, I'm willing to meet before August, right, and have a special meeting. I'm willing to show up to get this done.
Me too.
Don't wait a month, and if that helps the seller, I'm okay. Say you guys meet tomorrow and we get closer, and Tim or Catherine, you come back and say, hey, we got this, chair calls a special meeting, you guys call a special meeting. I'm okay to do that to get this done.
And I would like the board to be notified when there's any discussions and movements coming along, so we are kept in the know on this quickly, instead of an update prior to a meeting, just so we know if we need a special meeting, or we know if we
Right.
need to expedite some things moving forward, so. Come on, you can have 2 more minutes, come on down.
You just mentioned the fact that you want to do a second appraisal. Well, let's just say the second appraisal, $9.5 million. Then what are you going to do?
I highly doubt that's the case.
I
but
just
then we'll be
think about
eating our-
it.
Well, then
Well, I
we
think we're
will.
gonna do a
This
land
was an
appraisal.
appraisal done by the CRA staff. I didn't do that appraisal.
Okay.
If I am allowed to do an appraisal for the highest and best use of this property, and you'll go along with it, you'll still say the same thing. You want to buy it for the price of land? I'm sorry. Be fair. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's bullying anyone over here. But to have to be told, close the place down, ask Madam City Attorney and she'll tell you, you cannot do that. You can only do it under certain circumstances, and there's no police calls since the day I took over that place, which was February the 13th. You can check it out. So if you want to be fair about it, we can go about it. But, Mr. Turkin, it's not going to be midway. So if that is the position of the board, we can end this conversation today. You will not be able to buy a property like this for the kind of money that you're paying for. I didn't even argue with you. I dropped the price by $600,000, and I'm paying a commission on top of that. Check it out with another appraiser.
What about meeting us in the middle on demo at this price?
Everything can be considered, but not a fire sale. After paying the closing costs, after paying the realtor, there isn't that much left to crack. But yes, I'm prepared to sit down with one person, but it cannot be, if you're serious about, if you have a need for it to buy it, I'm prepared to sell it. But if you don't have a need and you just want to see that, well, let's just see if we can get a fire sale, that's not fair, and I can't do that. I don't have a lien on it. I don't have a bank loan to worry about. But the market is not as bad as you think it is. The interest rates are going to go down, and the property values will rise. That's what real estate is. That's the only thing I can say about real estate from a long-term perspective. The city cannot lose. Yes, you'll have to carry the place for a while, but in the end, you'll win. But I'm not going to try and sell you the thing. You have to have a need for it. And if you have need for it, the price should be irrelevant, however, fair. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the board, in ordering the appraisal, we got some time involved with that, so probably by the time we get agenda prep ready for the next meeting, we'll probably be right in line with
Okay,
just
well, if
getting the
anything
appraisals
changes.
back, and then we'll have those considerations. We'll keep you abreast of any negotiation that occurs from this, but just keep in mind to temper expectations, the timing, to get the appraisal, to get back, to evaluate it, and we'll be probably looking at the August agenda.
Okay, so just because this is new to me, how does the,
Appraisal
how do
work?
you, no, I know how the appraisal works. How do you continue to negotiate this on a dollar amount? Because I have some ideas in my head, but I'm not the negotiator, so I'm just curious how the
I would
process
like
works.
to propose we have the chair negotiate with legal and staff. If we can, I'm okay with that.
So let me run you through what that looks like. That's certainly one of your choices. Florida law is a little funky in that there's a specific case that says that negotiations by a public board or commission for the purchase or sale of real property must be conducted in the sunshine. So you may authorize the board chair to negotiate. That negotiation would have to take place in the sunshine unless she were only acting in an information finding capacity and brought it back to you all. So in other words, you all will be making the decision. Your executive director and I are not subject to the same sunshine requirement, so we're empowered to negotiate on your behalf and bring it back to you. Any of these are good options. I just want you to understand the parameters, and whatever you choose will work with.
Yeah, and I think what previously happened had to do with the settlement, which is why we gave the authorization previously. But
Yeah.
it didn't have to do with the sale, it had to do with the settlement of the lawsuit, but.
But I think
just to
what
clarify
caused that was also
Well, of course, but
negotiated
it
closed
was-
doors too, by an individual. So information only, so no decision, is what you're saying.
No decision, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. So, for example, there's case law that says, ruling out of possibilities is also considered a decision-making capacity, so that couldn't be accomplished without it being in the sunshine or without the board's blessing. The case that speaks to that is actually about textbook selection, but it translates to the situation. So it doesn't get you out of the sunshine to nominate a board member. Certainly, as your executive director is empowered to talk to each of you, he cannot poll you, but he can understand what your individual desires are. He can talk about those with the seller, bring them all back for everyone's consideration, and that doesn't need to be at a publicly noticed event. Again, if the board chair is selected, perfectly fine. We do just have to publicly notice the
Just
negotiation.
notice it, right?
I'm sorry?
We just need to publicly notice it.
Well, you need to publicly notice it and make
Right.
it available
Sure.
for public participation.
She and the seller could come here with legal and staff.
She and the seller could come here with legal staff and members of
After
the public.
notice. Okay, right, of course, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I just don't want that to hold anything up either. So I
I
fear
think,
that
I think we
having to
get held
notice
up
it-
because no one takes initiative, and there's 5 opinions here, and we have a broker, with all due respect. We've been here the last 3 or 4 years, and this always happens. We start talking numbers, we start talking prices, former mayor, nope, we're not negotiating on the dais, we're not negotiating on the dais. Staff goes and negotiates, we don't like how it was negotiated, and then boom, here we are again. And then that happens time and time and time again. And then we end up overpaying for the property, or then we don't get the property. And so I think if we always talk about leveraging our staff and their expertise. Why would we not leverage a real estate broker's expertise?
My point was, if we're waiting for appraisal and we're waiting for all these things to happen before she starts negotiating, and then we have to publicly notice this negotiation conference, that's where the delay, are we then gonna be able to meet in enough time to accomplish that? Or is she gonna be able to, and everyone after an appraisal, to get that done before August, before we meet again?
After the
That was
land
my-
appraisal.
I mean, I think that we can roughly
that's
say
my-
what the land appraisal is gonna come out in and throwing in a little bit more, paying over and negotiating a demo. I don't think you're far off on these numbers. I just think that there needs to be some tweaking, but it's not like the numbers would fall into a fire sale category at all. That's not what this was ever meant to make you feel, but, I just think there needs to be some tweaking and some contingencies on it.
So we'll just need your direction on whether you want staff and legal to pursue this, obviously with input from each of you, and you know, you all, of course, are entitled to talk to the property owner, he's entitled to talk to you during this, or whether you'd like to designate someone, in which case, you know, there couldn't be unscheduled phone calls, but it's an option. However you all would like to proceed, we just need your direction, and then I can help you with a motion if necessary.
How much is the second, how much is the appraisal? What did we pay for the first one? 20,000, or what did we pay for it?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can look into it. It's in accordance with the solicitation.
With all
that we
due
put out.
respect, I don't know off the top of my head, and we're talking about negotiating. Like, this is my concern. With all due respect, this is my concern. We want to negotiate this deal, and we don't know off the top of our head, and we've been working on this for months. That is my concern. That is why I want someone with expertise who does this for a living, real estate broker, land use attorney, to negotiate this deal.
And I don't even think we would need another appraisal, especially if it's gonna cost that much, if it is up there, what I'm assuming it's up there. If there can be a sit-down with normal negotiations and normal real estate, and we have this offer now with some of the preliminary, measures taken, I don't think that we're too far off. I just don't want to spend another 20,000 for an appraisal when we can clearly say what the land is and then start adding in the other things too.
I just wanted to bring Teresa up here to give you a clarification on the appraisal.
It was 2,500.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Just so that you guys know, and the reason why is because we had negotiated and did an RFP for appraisers, so we had a list of appraisers. And I'm sure that I can do 2 things. I could probably, although this was a little bit, a couple of the appraisers didn't want to touch it because it's very hard to appraise, from what I understand. I'm sure that the appraiser that did it, Anderson and Carr, can probably immediately give me maybe just the land value like you requested, and I can reach out to one of the other appraisers again on my list and hopefully just do land.
It's not that it's land though, because that's
I
not fair to the seller, but land with the structure in the
Structure on it, I
condition that it's
understand.
in.
Yes,
Not
understood.
at what it could be.
Understood. I do understand. So I can do that, but the appraisal was 2,500.
Okay, not bad.
And I think your direction is very good.
Okay.
I guess originally I was thinking just the staff, but based on what has been stated here, I'm comfortable with the chair and the legal staff negotiating with this and going that route versus coming back here again and again, because I certainly want to move on this, and I think we can get it done in a reasonable amount of time if we go this route. So with that being said, I would vote to support the chair and staff.
You want a motion?
You want a motion?
Yes, if that's the direction of the board, I would need a motion to authorize Board Chair Shelton to negotiate on behalf of the board in consultation with legal and staff. And I understand your current direction to be to bring that for final approval by the board.
So move.
So move. Well, second.
And do I vote on that?
You can vote on that, yes.
So we have you made, Member Hay made the motion.
I made the motion, you made the
Member
second.
Turkin made the motion, Member Hay seconded it, and
And
all those in favor say aye.
Public comment.
And I
Oh, public
apologize,
comment.
it's a public comment.
Public
item.
comment.
Public comment.
We already had
We already
public
had
comment.
public
On the
comment.
item, you didn't have it on the appointment of
Oh, I
Board
got
Chair
it.
Shelton as this, I know it's a little
If
funky.
anybody would like to come down and public comment on this, please head on down now.
None.
Okay. So, everyone in favor,
for
say
motion,
aye.
then.
Aye.
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 Yeah, it's fine.
Passes unanimously. Okay, moving on.
Silence is a yes.
Moving on to D, discussion. The next item for discussion and consideration is the continued discussion and consideration of a request for funding for the City View Apartments located at the southwest corner of Federal Highway and Southeast Fifth. I know that there'll be a presentation, obviously, and I know that we did hear this 2 meetings back in quite detail. So if it's anything that's different than before, if you could please do that, so that we can kind of contain the time on this a little bit. So do you want to present first?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, go
Just
for
for the
it.
benefit of the public, the CRA received a funding request from Landmark Developers Incorporated for their project known as the City View Apartments located on 1.2 acres at the southwest corner of the intersection of South Federal Highway and Southeast Fifth Avenue, just east of Pence Park, if you're familiar. The City View Apartment Project, in partnership with the West Palm Beach Housing Authority, would address the housing needs for seniors earning limited fixed incomes and feature site facilities such as a club room, fitness center, and computer center. They have come back with a revised proposal for you to hear tonight, and they will present those changes as a part of their request. If you would like to go ahead and speak on behalf of your project.
Hi, I think you want me to be quick, fair?
I just think
Yes.
that you were in detail
I'm
last
gonna
time,
be as
so
quick
what
as
are the
possible.
differences?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. So, my name is Francisco Rojo, I'm with Landmark Developers. As was mentioned, we came here to your meeting of May. Part of what we have going on in the background is this development, this proposed elderly development. We are wanting to apply for county funding through an RFP that was just recently issued. And we need to, if we're gonna move forward, we need to respond to that RFP by August 11th, okay? So there is a deadline for an application for funding. And to be, as I mentioned at the meeting, to be successful for this, we really need to have local assistance. That's the common thread through all of these. One of the things I mentioned at the last meeting is that last year, we applied to the state of Florida for funding on 3 different applications. And we were not successful getting funding because, in large part, the lack of local funding is an element that really hurts these applications. So let's go to the slide, here we go. This is on your agenda. This is a little different than what we presented last time. We mentioned there was 2 scenarios for this project. We mentioned that scenario 1 was a scenario that was most likely to be successful. I talked about the big ocean and a small pond. And getting money from Palm Beach County, I call that the small pond, meaning this development is in the county. It would be applying for funding of the county. County has $200 million. They did a bond issue for workforce and affordable housing. This bond issue, they've already allocated funds last year. It's very possible that the funds will be gone by this year or maybe next. My sense is they might just be gone this year, okay? Because there's a lot of interest in this funding. So when we go to the big pond, which is Florida Housing, it's a state agency, and there's 62 counties that are vying for funding, and Palm Beach County might get one project. As opposed to, there's a county RFP, they're likely to fund several projects, but the money is likely, it's not a recurring source of funding, it's available at this time. We mentioned under the two scenarios, our prior request, and scenario one is what we call, once again, the most likely scenario. Our prior request under the scenario one was $4,350,000, okay? And Board Member Kelly, I remember you saying that, can you please consider seeing what you can do about reducing your request? We reduced the request by $600,000 to $3,750,000. I've heard on the background how we are in a very challenging cost environment. When we do these things, we're projecting way into the future. I think what we've done is about right. I think pushing this beyond this is I have seen in other instances where this is a development that is seeking money from the county and wouldn't start construction until the beginning of '27. So there's a lot of projection going on here, and we've done the best we can given the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty between now and the time that this project starts. It's a project that will have to go through the site plan process with the city. We're actually working on doing a submission literally in the next 30 days or so for site plan. And there's going to be comments, there's going to be things that come up. So we've tried to show some good faith in getting to where we are, and that's where we stand today. The way this would work, there's a letter that's been drafted as part of the agenda item. This way this would work is there would be the total amount that you would go up to, which really I think applies to scenario one. And then if for some reason we get funded under scenario two, then your funding would actually be reduced, okay? But as I mentioned, I really think scenario one is what is going to be the most likely outcome. That's what I have.
The question, how many units is this again?
90?
90.
90 elderly, senior, 62 and over.
Restricted to seniors.
Yeah.
It's restricted to seniors.
Restricted to seniors, yes, 62 plus.
And you need a commitment letter?
Yes, we need a letter that has been drafted by council, that the letter works for us, that we need to include that letter in our application to the county. Yes.
If it pleases the board, the letter really just commits the CRA to including it as a budgeted item and then says it was dependent on later negotiation of an agreement. So really, this is just an agreement to place hold. It's not a final understanding of the terms. It does include in the letter what we understand those minimum terms to be in terms of number of units, type of units, quality of units, but it isn't a final agreement, and it's contingent on entry into a final agreement. It's simply meant to indicate to the funding agencies that the CRA has the money to support the project and intends to do so, optimistically, assuming we can get into an agreement.
And let me mention something in that regard. If you want to move forward with this, the county's going to have its application. The application, as I mentioned, is due August 11th. They're going to go through a process where they make decisions sometime between October or March. They have 2 levels of review. What you mentioned with regards to negotiating an agreement is if we're successful, if you assist us with the letter, and if we're successful with the county, we're likely to come before you all with staff to negotiate an agreement that's got more detail in it, okay? That's the way that I would anticipate that working. And you wouldn't fund any of the money, of course, until we close on the financing, et cetera, okay?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. So the
letter wouldn't tie our hands.
It's just a commitment letter, and essentially what they need is a line item budget of the allocation.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct, and it does provide that it's on a reimbursement basis for construction costs. Right. So again, contains minimum terms, but it is not a final binding.
I don't have a problem with it.
No,
And you would be looking at the commitment for 2 budget cycles, correct? So this round and then the next potential round.
Yes, oh, yeah, your letter, right, as it's drafted, I don't have it in front of me, but as it's drafted, you give us a particular time, okay, I see it here, my
behind
reading's
you.
not so good.
Remains in place until September
Right, okay, here we
30th
go,
of
yeah,
28.
is that what you were referring to, Tim?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
I just want
right.
to make
No,
you
this
fully
is
aware
an
of the
imp-
commitment.
This is an
timeframe.
important point. I'm sorry I didn't mention it. So I mentioned as we were meeting, after Tim said, you need to lower your request, I said, Tim, please give us 2 shots at the apple, is what I was saying. Meaning, if for some reason we're unsuccessful this year with the county, okay, or with the state, we really want to have an opportunity to try again next year, okay? So that's what, that's September 30, 28 of closing allows us that opportunity to seek funding a second round if for some reason we're not successful this year, okay?
And what would be the typical time frame that they would, that would it be this time next year? That would be opened up for,
Yes, I mean, there is, can we go, Justin, go to the slide where we have some timelines in here, if you don't mind. Okay, there's something that looks like this. I mean, look, we don't have the presentation. I think somebody took over the screen. But what we anticipate is if we get funded the first round, is we would close in the spring, let's call it spring, summer of 27, I'm sorry. And let's go. Okay, so this scenario, we know how things stand today. We know there's an application due in a month. Given in this scenario that we're looking at, it follows that timeline. So the reason why we have September of 28 as the outside date is we don't know what the timeline will be next year. It is not unusual for the county to be a little slower, I'll leave it at that. So that's the reason why we said for September of 28, in the event we're applying again and their timelines are slightly different than the current year's timeline. That's the reason.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it. It's just commitment letter, line item allocation, and if you get it, great. If not, then we discuss next year.
I think this
Wait
is
for the
a
second
project
bite at
that's
the
so
apple.
important. Yeah.
I'm good.
It's a project that's so important
Very
with
important,
senior
yes.
housing. Yeah.
And that's something that that's a problem we can actually solve. This is public-private partnership, right?
Right.
This is why we do this, because senior affordable housing is a huge, just affordable housing, right? Cost of living, but seniors who have, been here in Sterling Village, Colonial Club, Leisureville, wherever, they're getting priced out. And this is a solution to that problem. I said it before, you don't typically hear me say I like density, wish there was more units. And, definitely want to work with you on this one.
Okay, and now we open it up for public comment.
Do we need public, for the commitment?
I mean,
Do we
it's in
need-
here. It says it.
Public comment?
Public comment for commitment?
It's in here sometimes and not, so. Anyone have any public comment on this? Please come on down. Any colleagues have any more discussion or would like to make a motion?
What direction do you need?
And what do you need? Yeah.
Sure, a motion to approve sending the letter, and I think based on the revised presentation, it would be for 3.75 million to be reduced to 2.4 in the event that scenario 2 is achieved.
that's correct. So scenario 1 would be 3.75 million and scenario 2 stays the same at 2.4 million.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion from Board Member Turkin and a second from Board Member Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to E, discussion and consideration for additional tax increment revenue.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Funding for the Ocean One project located at 114 to 222 North Federal. Mr. Tack, can you open this item?
Absolutely. Baby One Development LLC, the city approved a major master plan back in April of '23. The project as proposed is a mixed-use development including 371 residential units as well as approximately 25,000 square feet of retail and commercial space. Forgive me one second. So we, back in May of '24, the CRA approved a TIRFA agreement. And for the benefit of the public, I just wanted to go highlight some of the terms. It was 95% of the project TIF over a course of 12 years as a maximum of $9 million. 90% public parking spaces are located in the parking garage, 20 on street. 20% of the parking revenue would be shared in perpetuity with the CRA. The project would commence construction on September 30th of 2025 with a 6-month extension possible, not to be unreasonably withheld. The agreement would terminate within 5 years of the effective date if the developer had not completed construction of the project. A parking easement to ensure that the parking improvements reserved for public use in perpetuity, and to construct the project in accordance with additional several green building standards, and incorporate various tools to promote local hiring and the use of local owned small businesses for the part of the construction of the project. In May 23rd, 25, the CRA received a letter from BB1 with some requests to amend the TIRFA agreement. And I'll let Representative, I think, Bonnie Miskell and Jordan Thaler are here to discuss that request.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Bonnie Miskell, and I'm here on behalf of Hyperion. And we really have just 2 requests this evening. I'm going to start, I get the easier one or a simpler one, and it's really a cleanup request. So in the document, the TIRFA agreement that had been approved and was effective on June 6th last year, there were 2 different sections that are somewhat in conflict with each other, and I just missed it, we just missed it. But I'm going to direct you to your attention to those 2 sections, and it's really to clean them up and make them consistent. Section 3, paragraph 3.1, talks about commencing construction within 2 years of the effective date, which, as I mentioned, was 6/6/2024. So that means that by 6/6/2026, they need to commence construction. So there's that. Then if you turn to section 9, under the termination section, it reads as follows. Unless earlier terminated, the agreement will terminate upon the earlier to occur of, and there are 3 items. 1, the last disbursement of pledged revenue, which is not likely to happen, as the earlier to occur. The second, within 5 years of the effective date, if the developer has not completed construction, which is also not likely to be the likely one to occur sooner. And then the last one, number 3, by 9/30/2025, if the developer has not commenced construction. That is reversed from section 3.1, which says that you have to commence construction by June 6th, 2026. You can't terminate the agreement before we have an obligation, our final obligation to commence occurs. So we're just asking to clean that up so that the same date is in each section. So number 3 on the termination would read June 6th, 2026 instead of September 30th, 2025. And that makes those 2 dates consistent. So that one we'd like for your permission to fix, and then we'll re-execute to note the change if that's okay. So it's really a Scrivener's error. And then I'm going to let Jordan talk to you about the TIF grant. Go ahead, Jordan.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's my understanding that we still need to go through the process of, going to a third-party vendor to really evaluate truly, our request. With that in mind, I'm asking the CRA to direct staff to engage that third-party vendor to run a new fiscal gap analysis related to our TIF request per the letter on 5/23. This isn't necessarily a negotiation on the TIF today. This is really to make sure that we start that process and that it is expedited because, as we all know, the market is where it is now. I want to make sure that we get going as quickly as possible. This is a big part of that. I'm not asking for a commitment today, but I am asking for an expedited process so that we can come back, ideally in the September meeting, and actually show the results of that fiscal gap analysis. That's really it. It's to make sure that we move forward. We engage the third-party vendor. Ideally, we would have that time frame be, or that proposal have a time frame that reflects that we get those results back a few weeks before the September deadline, the September meeting, so that we have time. You guys have time to evaluate that. We have time to look at it, and we can actually have that discussion.
And if I can jump in just to
Go for it.
Add, we were here over a year ago, and at that point in time, the third-party economist concluded that our request for 11.5 million was reasonable based on his analysis. And there was a lot of other things in there. There was a concern that things might get better, at which point maybe 11.5 could be a little higher than we need. That did not happen, as I think Commissioner Turkin, Board Member Turkin, noted in another item. Things have actually gotten worse. Construction costs have gotten worse. Labor pools have shrunk somewhat due to federal interactions and actions. And there's a lot of other things that have happened that just have not helped the economic market today. But that being said, what we really are simply asking you to consider is allowing us, and my client is agreeable to paying for that analysis, to run an analysis, see what it says, is it much worse? And is that the reason that they're struggling to get to a point where they're going to pull a building permit? And by the way, I'd like to also say that at this point in time, we are fully compliant with all the terms of the TURFA agreement. We did submit for building permit. We have been processing that permit, and they'd like to pull that permit and have it issued as quickly as they can, but this is the last sticking point. So we're really asking, and he's willing to pay for it, to run the analysis to educate all of us and the public so that we can come back and have an intelligent conversation on that point. And I thank you very much for allowing us to speak and be here and to consider it again.
I think it's a good idea to do the analysis because we know the times have changed, and it also gives the board a temperature reading of what's going on in this market. So I'm definitely in support of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Your mic on.
It helps with the mic on. No, I'm just saying, I too agree with the gap analysis, so we can make the proper assessment on where we are. But I'm in favor of it. I don't have a problem with it.
The only thing I would add is, an expedited process will be greatly appreciated. I understand that, sometimes these people take their time, which is absolutely fair, but I feel like 2 meetings from now should be enough time to run the analysis and evaluate it and come back.
And we do recognize that staff does have a process to follow, and they are going to have to see someone to do it. And whatever we can do to assist in facilitating that, we're happy to do so.
From a staff perspective, just to go ahead and temper expectations on being able to come back in September, with a third-party analysis done, completed, that would be if everything aligned exactly the way we need it to be. Our typical procurement processes, we would be looking at 3 proposals because historically, those proposals have been underneath the $50,000 threshold. But we would have to go and solicit. We've had sometimes it's taken longer than 2 or 3 weeks to get all those proposals because of people's schedules and their timeframes and their interest in putting a number in. So our typical procurement in this, we would be looking at 3 proposals.
May I?
Yes, please.
Have you guys run your own analysis? Or you're just offering to reimburse?
Our analysis of that fiscal gap is laid out in our letter, but I understand that the city has their own processes.
Sure.
So
I'm just trying to think of a way of maybe if there's a way to stay under that threshold to hire someone that reviews their analysis.
what I have done is I've taken last year, Barry Evans ran an analysis that showed a fiscal gap. That same method.
Not a third party.
A third
He
party.
was.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
As a separate third party. That exact methodology is what I used to show you what the current fiscal gap is.
Got it.
So the methodologies align. That's why I don't necessarily think it should take that long. We're really just putting in new numbers based on the market.
And there's no disagreement on his methodology. So if he uses the same methodology, he'll just base it on today's numbers, that's all.
I mean, our staff will work to make sure that we expedite the process as much as we can. I just want to, have clear expectations of timing.
Understood.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Any public comment?
Do you need a motion, or do you need?
Have a public comment.
Okay.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I say no to this. It's too tall. It's beyond our 4-story height limit. You don't have to do this. This is not Live Local. Just say no. Just walk away, cut and walk, and let a better project come forward. Demand something better. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I think it's important to note my position on this for many, I think last year or so, was to prevent a Live Local project because of the economics of this project. If the current owner would need to sell, right? You're gonna have to sell at an exponentially higher price than what you've invested in this project between design, analysis, and everything. So if someone were to acquire this property, in order for them to make it work economically, you would need to do Live Local, which the residents would not want in Marina Village. They do not want an 11, 12-story, right? I think they can even go to 14 because of Costa Costa right there. And so, again, this is not a perfect project, but I'm not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good, because I do not want to see a 14-story high-rise when I think you guys are at 8 stories, because that is the reality of what will happen. Is someone will come in if they need to sell, and the only way the economics work is if they do a Live Local project. So I'm gonna stand firm by that. We've invested a lot of time. I understand it's not maybe we're not batting 1,000 on this, but if we can get closer, I'm good with that, and I'm ready to invest more in that to prevent a monstrosity, so.
Agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Jordan, real quick, I know that Bonnie mentioned that you were waiting to pull the permit. So what are we looking at timing-wise? Because of course now a year ago, we were here, we were hoping to have shovels in the ground, and here we're still looking at dirt. So, we're going through this process, and we're going through this, what is the plan? Because, when you've been before us before, it's, we're building, we're gonna build, and now here we are, and we are, and I know the market changes, everything fluctuates, but I don't want to go through this whole process, and then we put ourselves out on a line, and then we're still looking at dirt and nothing happens. So, what, if you could entertain me, and what has changed now that you feel like you're in a better position to reevaluate this TIF, ask us for additional funding, and expect that you're gonna be able to put shovels in the ground in enough time that we're not looking at this again, because we also have to remember that we also have an agreement with regard to that little pocket of land that, is out there in the world too. So if you could just enlighten me on what makes this more ripe for you to start to do this over again right now.
Sure, and I can appreciate that. And for the record, I don't love coming back. We are a lot farther along in terms of the actual permitting process. So we had not pulled the permits. By pulling the permits, I mean submitting for the building permit at that time. We submitted for the building permit in August. We are a lot clearer on costs because we are a lot further along. Unfortunately, those costs are higher than where they were. So I have a much clearer understanding of where we exactly stand. We are at a very high percentage with our contractor, but that is higher than where we were before. We are on our third round of comments coming back with the city. We have spent almost $500,000 already on building permits, so we're fully committed. We had not spent that money prior, so, but just the fact that we are a year farther along, the fact that we have a high level of interest from lenders, from financing. Having said that, there is still this gap that remains, and that's what we're trying to solve for. So the feedback is we have this gap. How do we get there? Is it value engineering? It's a combination of the value engineering, it's a combination of potentially some infrastructure credits and TIF. All of those things go together. But because we have a much clearer picture of what the plan actually is, that's what gives us confidence that if we get there, we can really move forward.
Okay. And, okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, or do we need a motion?
Yes, and if you would not mind in your motion, address Ms. Miskell's comments as well. I agree that in the contract, you could read it to have a tricky acceleration of a deadline. I think cleaning it up is, it's actually something we've done in this form contract before, so, on legal side, I have no objection to that. So if you could clarify, if it's your will, that you approve that and then are also directing staff to get the third-party economist procured and moving on the project. I can make that into a motion if you'd like. Okay.
Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the contract to make clear that, to make the deadlines match as presented by Ms. Miskell, and to authorize staff to move forward with procuring an economic analysis of the gap.
Second, move.
Second,
Okay, motion has been made. All those in favor?
expeditiously.
Say aye.
Expeditiously.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on. Okay, now we are moving on to 14F. The next item for discussion and consideration is the discussion and consideration of a note and mortgage modification agreement and permit status for the Boynton Beach Office Condominium LLC project located at 1102-1110 North Federal Highway. Mr. Tack, can you open this item?
In 2021, the CRA and the Boynton Beach Office Condominium LLC entered into a purchase and development agreement for the property located at 1110 and 1102 North Federal Highway. The project consists of a local radio station and a professional engineering surveyor's office. Pursuant to paragraph 20B of the purchase and development agreement, the CRA provided Boynton Beach Office Condominium LLC with a second note and mortgage in the amount of $42,100 bearing no interest. The note was to be repaid by the Boynton Beach Office Condominium if the property was sold to an unrelated third party within 5 years of the date of the closing. So the idea there is that they would stay there for 5 years. So here we are, we're in 2025. They're currently working on their permitting process. The permitting's been taking longer than what our agreement had stipulated or anticipated. They are well over 2 years into the permitting process, and I invited representatives from them to come and talk about the progress as well as some of their challenges. Also, the date in which the note and mortgage will be forgiven if the property is not sold to an unrelated third party is March 17, 2027. So because of the timing, we are asking the board to consider to extend the period of time in the permitting due to the permitting process. We're asking for a revision to be made to the note and the mortgage in which it would be forgiven 5 years after a certificate of occupancy, as opposed to being tied to the building permit. So that's what's before you tonight, and we have a representative to answer any questions that you may have.
And again, why were there no permits issued on this project?
They are currently still working on the permitting process. So they did submit back in, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, around May of 22?
Okay, so basically we have two permits with the city. We have the building permit and the site permit. The building permit for the actual structure has gone through all the approvals, but is pending approval of the site permit, which is just the land around it. And the holdup with that process has been mostly landscaping. We're within the Federal Highway corridor, and then on the other portion of the property, we're adjacent to a residential neighborhood. So we had to provide a certain amount of landscaping as a buffer with residential properties, and also aesthetically, beautiful landscaping on the Federal Highway corridor. The way the landscaping code reads, they wanted us to have trees within the right-of-way on Federal Highway. However, because of existing conditions, we were not able to accommodate that. There are high-power lines just above where the trees are supposed to be, and right underneath where the trees were supposed to be, according to code, there's an existing gas main. So we've been going back and forth to the landscaping, and every time that we revise the landscaping plans, then it has a domino effect. So we have to recalculate all the drainage calculations, utility locations, and so on and so forth. So, but, we've been diligent with it. We've been working with the city and the CRA, Tim and Teresa and Bonnie have been great, but we're doing the best we can so that we can come up with a site that is going to meet the visions of the, City of Boynton Beach and the CRA.
But as of July 3rd, planning has approved.
Yes, I can go on and on and on. But yeah, so the building permit for the structure, is literally approved. It's just pending the site permit approval.
And the permits have been paid for.
Yeah, permits have been paid for. And in addition to that, all the comments have been addressed on the site permit, the one that is pending. The major issue that we had was with landscaping, and we just received approval for the landscaping layout from planning and zoning this past July. So it's the permit is just pending. I think we could get it any time.
Like
and as
this
soon as we
one.
get it, we want to continue with construction as soon as possible.
So your building is being held up a little bit about a site plan. How much time are you asking? Extension?
There is no extension as a part of this. As a per purchase and development agreement, they're in compliance. It's just typical permitting timeframe. You're looking at, a year, and we're well within over 2 years. So there's been some lag in this process, and, it's important that, we bring this before the board so that you're aware of what's going on. I've been asked questions independently, so I wanted to have the opportunity to give an update to you.
Right, I want to add that the main issue was that easement with the landscaping. There was no deviation. We were going back and forth, and he was trying his hardest. He's an engineer and a surveyor, and he was a planner, and he was trying his hardest to deal with the landscape inspector, not inspector, the
architect.
The architect, and there was no movement. It was just they just wouldn't agree, and if the utilities need to be there, how can we put the trees there? And there was no budging. But now we moved the building, and now they agreed in planning and zoning.
Yes, and we also,
And it's a small property,
Yeah.
and we had to get a normal-sized building. Initially, I applied for this with the CRA, and it was really for one purpose. And then he came, and so we did it together. So we were trying to get as much square footage out of it, because I'm bringing 2 radio stations that are going to stay here. One WPBR, which is the oldest Haitian radio station in South Florida. It's called WPBR. It's 1340 AM and 96.1 FM and 95.1 FM, and also WTPA, which is 980 AM and 103.9. That both cover the whole area. And we've been in Boynton, and we actually had to move because the person. But now we're coming back. But bottom line is that we need the space, he needs the space, and we were never going to be partners, but we became partners because the last commission said, okay, let you guys be partners. So we're partners. So now that we're partners, we try to get the most space we can get, which is 3,300 square feet, which gives each of us 1,700 square feet, which is not that much. And, going back and forth to the city, we didn't want to give up 100, 200 square, 300 square feet, 400 square feet for some landscaping. But now we worked it out, so I think we're in good shape with that. So at this point, we're not asking for any extensions. We have our contractor now. Yes, it's true. I've sat here for a long time. Construction has gone up, and it has gone up significantly. And banks don't want to land on a 3,300 square foot building. You can't show them numbers like all the big developers showing them, we're going to have 100, apartments. It's basically mom and pop operation. So we're essentially, we're gonna build it for cash, and then we're gonna go back and get and then finance it. So, yes, it's taken a long time, it's true, but we were also dealing with COVID when it started, and there was like nobody here, and it took a long time, and I'm not gonna blame the city and say, oh, the permitting was, but the permitting was pretty slow. And you probably didn't hear it just from me. I'm here for the first time, about this, but it was really, really, really slow, and we couldn't really get anywhere. And, and that's where we were. So now we're almost there. So we're not coming and saying we need an extension or we need $500,000. We're not asking for money. We're just saying we're going to build it, and that's it.
Yeah, we're both,
Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
we're both highly motivated, basically.
Yeah, I'm highly motivated because I'm operating in Del Rey out of us 2 studios in a small space in Del Rey, and that we were in Boynton for, I don't know, 10 years, more, 12 years. And then I wanted this done earlier, and I would have done it earlier if the permitting would have been done earlier.
Understood.
I'm good.
Are there any other comments?
No.
Any public comment? Okay. Would any of my colleagues like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the note and mortgage modification agreement and allow the chair to execute the agreement with final approval by legal.
Second.
Board Member Kelly made the motion. Board Member Hayes seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep on
Thank
trucking.
you.
We are moving on to G, and then I have a question about H that I probably should have done in the beginning. Am I allowed?
We can table it if you
That's what
want.
I'd like to do.
So when we get to that,
Okay.
so let's do.
And let's
14G.
get through G if we can.
Good evening, Board. Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Bonnie Nicklin will be
Great
presenting
hair.
this item. Sorry.
Good evening. Oh, thank you.
You caught it?
Yes.
So good.
Thanks. Bonnie Nicklin, Grants and Project Manager. So this is a request from staff to terminate the commercial rent reimbursement grant balance to SAFI, located in Casa Costa at 470 North Federal Highway, Unit 3. Back in March 2024, the CRA board approved a grant in the amount of $13,850.04 to be reimbursed across 12 monthly rent payments, and that would be after proof of rent payment. So it's a reimbursement grant. Rent reimbursements began in August of 2024 when they got their city and county BTRs and began opening and operating. And up until February, they were open and operating. And then staff started to have some concerns in March. So after several site visits and attempts to reach out, as of today, they are seemingly closed. So we would like to terminate the balance of the grant and reallocate it for future applications.
Any comments? No.
Motion to approve the termination of the commercial rent reimbursement grant balance to Sapphire LLC located in Casa Costa.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
By the way, Bonnie, I like the way you walk up on that video. That was really nice, man.
Thank you.
I just want to be your manager.
I had a great film director,
Oh.
Mercedes. Yes, thank you.
I want to
He's the
say
best.
one thing about that video, which I should have chimed in before, and it was an error on my behalf. Staff did
Yeah,
a beautiful job
they did.
Yes,
at
sir.
that
They
video.
really did.
And they put a lot of time
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I know it's getting late,
and
guys.
effort into it, so.
So
Very good.
I am asking if the board would consider tabling H, only because we've talked a lot about
To the
it.
table.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, we have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Okay, now moving on to new business, because I know some of you have been here all night, and I understand you're probably getting tired.
Now we are.
I meant them.
Just that we don't have a budget meeting tomorrow.
Oh, Lord. The next item for discussion and consideration is the discussion and consideration of the purchase of the 13 parcel assemblage located at 444 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. So, Mr. Tack, do you want to open this item?
Absolutely. It is 3.3 acres located on the western portion of Boynton Beach Boulevard, just east of 95, as you see depicted in the graphics there. It is not including 2 residential properties as well as one commercial property, which you can see is not totally encumbered by the blue line. It has been listed. There's an asking price of $7.5 million. The property is it's made up of 13 parcels, currently zone C2, neighborhood commercial, and R1 single family, with a future land use of mixed use low, which is in compliance with their CRA plan, with a 20 units per acre with a maximum of 45 feet in height. The assemblage should be considered for a variety of different redevelopment purposes, as we provide in the attached, which we could review. An appraisal was performed by Anderson Carr using the sales comparison approach, which valued the assemblage at $7.7 million. The seller has provided the following to offer to the CRA: the properties to be delivered unoccupied, purchase price of $7.1 million with 60-day closing, or a purchase price of $7.5 million closing on or before 12/31/25. We have also provided for the board for your consideration a comparison of other similar properties which the CRA has acquired, as well as if you'd like to review that. We have Bonnie Miskell here to speak on behalf of the seller for any questions that you may have.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Bonnie Miskell here on behalf of the owner and the Starboard Group. And we do have a presentation, but at 10:05, my clients may have a heart attack, but we're not going to show it. I hope you don't mind. I don't think it really is any different than what, with a little extra background. So, given what the discussion was on the Boynton Inn, I'd like to point out some of the differences here, and I think that's important. First of all, not included in the package, the owner is willing to work with the CRA to, whether it's a 50-50 or whatever the term may be. Oh, I have a...
Can you guys step outside, Ms. Sawyer and Jordan? We can just hear you up here with Ms. Miskell talking. Thank you.
I'm going to focus on the differences. Unlike the Boynton Inn, the owner is willing to share in the cost of demolition so that it can be delivered to the city without, or CRA, without any structures or improvements. And we can work through the terms as far as adding that, should you be interested. Also different, the appraisal, and it wasn't our appraisal either, was done based on land value. So you are looking at appraisal that is land value. And the numbers that they're proposing are under the appraised value, not over the appraised value. Pretty significant differences. And then probably the greatest difference is they're at over 3 acres, 3.3 acres, I believe. And the prior proposal was under that. I think it was about 2.6. So you're getting, the CRA would be getting a lot more for its money. And then lastly, my client is willing to sit down and work with your staff, who are incredibly competent, having worked with them much before, to come to terms that are either acceptable to both the parties or they aren't. And, you know, you'll get to hear that and we may move on. But that's really it. You have, the owner has a tremendous group of qualified real estate professionals, from investing to financing to acquiring to selling to managing to developing. So the team that we would be negotiating with staff, the team that would be negotiating, are professionals in the real estate industry. And I think that they can hopefully negotiate a contract as well. So that's really it. They're all here to speak to you in the event you have questions about the proposal. But when you, one thing, as a land use attorney for decades, I have a lot of clients that are out looking for real estate. None of them are looking to aggregate a bunch of small parcels. They're looking for sizable parcels. And if you are looking for the office developers, and there aren't as many now as there were 10 years ago, they need more than a 2.6 acre site. They need more than a 3 acre site. And so there's a real and a very rare opportunity that you have that most cities don't have, because you had somebody that did the aggregation already and can bring a sizable property to you that you can actually do something meaningful with. And it won't likely be residential. And you can, you know, have certain considerations in your contract to discourage that. So in any event, we're happy to answer any questions, but we really hope that you'll consider this and allow us to work with staff to come to final terms to come back and present to you.
Yeah, if we can go back to the map. So there's the two residentials and the one commercial that have not, they're not in this assemblage, correct?
I think the only thing that is excluded are the two parcels. And if you want to show my map, it might be easier for you to see because we have
The two
colored.
residentials?
Yeah, we actually have colored the 13 parcels that are part of the transaction. But I'd like to say, we believe there are only two that are not included. And those two owners are willing to sell their
What
properties.
about the commercial unit on Boynton Beach Boulevard? Because there were three as of a month ago.
There's one on Boynton, there's one commercial, and then there's one.
And is that one, is the one in Boynton, the commercial included in this 13?
This one. And there.
The one right across from Northwest Forest Street was, a lot of people know is the old Subway headquarters, is not a part of this assemblage,
Where the cursor is.
nor is.
Cursor is there?
Yep. Nor is the parcel to the west along Northwest
Right
First
along-
Avenue, farthest west adjacent to the Boynton Inn.
Right.
And the one that she's showing right now.
Yeah, there's another, yeah.
Yeah,
Two
those two.
The
residential.
two residential and a commercial that
commercial.
are not in this 13
Correct.
parcel. So right off the rip, it's not a clean assemblage. We know that. So, I mean, I think, again, great opportunity, same as the hotel, but without the hotel, this is kind of moot. And I'd like to know, are you in negotiation with the two residential and the commercial?
Yes.
And then when you say that, are you letter of intent, under contract? Where are you at with it?
Let me clarify. So they have been in negotiations with the commercial and the residential that is breaking up their portion of the aggregated parcels. They have not met with the piece that is between them, that one parcel between them and the Boynton Inn. But they can do that.
And then the price would change because of the acquisition of those three properties.
We would have to take into consideration those parcels. Yeah,
So-
ours is just for the 13 parcels that are comprising the blue.
And unfortunately, doing that, then we are, one, stuck in the landlord business. Two, we don't have a clean assemblage to do anything. And without the hotel, it kind of prohibits. So I'm asking if we can keep this moving along with the other
Board Chair.
proposals.
I've been asked to, everybody speaking to the mics, we've been kind of getting off. So just.
Who's not speaking into a mic?
No.
Oh.
Chair
As you
and
just
others.
did it.
It's been everywhere, yes.
Okay.
I'm not singling anyone out, I told them I would remind and I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
gotten to, yeah.
Board Member Turkin, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I want that residential piece between the Boynton Inn and this. I'm okay to waiver on the rest, because if we get that, then, hopefully we get the Boynton Inn. Now we're talking, now we can get something done. So Thomas's priorities would be that residential piece in between and then the others, because there's still an opportunity. And if the city owns that whole block, then we can subdivide, we can decide what we want to do, right? Maybe that eastern few parcels are different from what it looks like west and adjacent to the Boynton Inn. So for me, I'd like to keep the conversation forward and bring in that residential piece between those two pieces. And the other two, important but not urgent for me. Urgent for me is that piece right there, because that will allow us, if we really have a vision for this place, that is the missing piece. And if you guys are willing to do that, and maybe that's a partnership between staff and legal, and I'm gonna make the recommendation that we get the chair involved as well, and utilize those expertise, because, yes, this is a different agenda item, and we're discussing this parcel, but obviously, I think the grand plan is this whole block. And so, I definitely would like the input as well from the chair. during
And my
negotiation.
concern is the property, the commercial property would just, if we move forward like this, they're just gonna hold out for a lot more money. And that's a concern. So I definitely would like to see a full assemblage if possible. But I'm open to discussion.
We'll keep working on that.
Bonnie, as far as the occupied is it just the commercial that's occupied or the residential that's occupied? Because my position on this board and many times is I do not like to evict residents from their homes because we already have a home issue. So I struggle with evicting people out of their homes so that we can sit on land for the next 5 years until we figure out what to do with it. So I really struggle with that. So, delivering it unoccupied, what does that look like for, is it residential? Is it just commercial? What's occupied?
Billy Cunningham, 3425 South Lake Drive, Boynton Beach, Florida. Most of the properties are,
Vacant, sure.
no, not vacant.
Oh.
There's two that are, and then you have all the land in the back, but we would give them to you vacant. We have the right as the landlord to vacate them.
No, I
So,
understand that, but how many of the units are residential that have
There's a 12
people
unit,
living in there?
there's two homes. One of them is an employee of the landlord, so I wouldn't even, he's letting them live there for free. So there's the 12 unit, then there's the 3 unit on the end, 15, I think 16.
16 keys.
16 where people are living, and then the rest are all
Okay.
commercial.
16 residential.
Correct.
And most of those on Boynton Beach Boulevard there.
Correct.
Yeah, my struggle is here we would be evicting, or not we, but by force, in 60 days, you have to be out and good luck finding a place to live. I struggle with that short of a timeline, talking about evicting and removing residents when we have a crisis. But I agree with my colleagues in that this is a great opportunity if it works. But I do not like the idea in the current state of the market to evict anyone from where they live. Without knowing, if you sit here and tell me that you have other places and you're gonna make sure that they're set up somewhere, then that's a conversation we can have. But I struggle with that because we're in a crisis with housing, so.
Are they all rented or some of these own and they just want to sell and get out?
No, we rented to
You've
all of
rented
them.
to all of
So it would
them.
be our responsibility. But I think 2 of the 12 units are vacant right now. So really, we would only be getting rid of 13 people.
I
Just-
get what you're
just as a
saying,
point
but I
of-
think that's.
Or we
even-
just don't renew their lease.
Well, yeah.
But I get that part too. I just think that I'm still gonna keep going back to, it's just not a clean assemblage for us to have control to do what we need to do, and I don't wanna get stuck with one of these people holding out on us.
Well, the office building, he gave me a number of 2.8, but he's open to getting an appraisal done for you guys, or you guys can engage him. I can put you in contact with him. And then the house on the west, not the one that Turkin really wants, but the other side, they want 650.
And the one on the far west, that's, we've
I
had
haven't-
code
I
out
haven't-
there and
I haven't
everything
talked to
last
them.
week,
I haven't
right?
talked to them.
Yeah, that's the one that has
That's the
like
one that has running the
it
auto
has
shop
running
in
the
the
auto
backyard?
shop.
Oh,
and
that's the
behind
one
it.
next to the
To the
one
end.
we don't have. No, on the other way.
Oh, the other way,
The other
okay,
way.
to the east.
Yes, right
Okay.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
and you
they
haven't
have-
had communication with him?
No.
Okay.
No, that's the one that wants 650.
Oh,
Yeah, that big, so again, if we look at that little middle piece
it's crazy.
between the inn and everything else, and let's say we don't, I'm just spitballing here. Let's say we don't get these parcels here, we're not evicting anybody, right? We do get Subway, we get that middle piece, and we get the Boynton Inn. There's still, and I don't know if that's something you guys are open to, but I think there's still an opportunity there that does make it a clean assemblage.
It does.
That's
And
what
you,
you're saying.
and you kind of put the
Partial
Boynton Inn
purchase.
owner in a situation where, the land for the comps aren't gonna really,
Justify.
it kind of hurts him. If you control our parcels, you kind of, you have more of a negotiation stance point. That's how I see it as well. Not to try to hurt him, but I think he is asking a little bit too much money for it.
You're saying that on Northwest First Avenue, he wants 650 for that?
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Man, that's great. What about the Subway place? What was that?
He wants 2.8. He paid 1.9 and he put 200 grand into it. So, but they're reasonable guys, they're business guys, they're open to talk.
Okay, okay.
Well,
Well, what is this without the hotel?
exactly.
What?
Nothing without the
Nothing.
hotel to us,
Nothing.
really, yeah.
Right?
So I ask that we can kind of
Can we?
keep this moving along.
Yeah, I think we can continue the conversation. Are you open to, I mean, what Board Member Turkin is saying is kind of, I don't want to say splitting the baby, but, there's a good portion of this assemblage that we could use fairly right away, but then there's another portion that where you have residential, are you at all interested in splitting it?
I think it's
and not
definitely a
doing-
discussion we can have. We want to work with you, we want to play
Yeah.
ball with you, we're not here to, tell you you're wrong or, do
Yeah.
anything like that. We want to make a deal that's fair for you guys.
Right.
Yeah, then we're not looking at evicting people. That's a struggle for me, I can't, but if we can,
If we can get into
continue the
negotiations
conversation.
where we have something solidified with the timelines of the leases that are in place, we can kind of like court the closing to be when the leases are up.
Yeah.
So it can be easy on all parties and we can prepare the tenants, give them, 100 and so days, hey, we're not renewing this. And then we can help, we have a whole real estate team, kind of relocate them. We put them there. Our team put them there, so we can relocate them somewhere else.
Yeah, I think the timeline is ambitious, isn't a struggle, but I like, especially with trying to make sure that we are on target with the end too. But I'm open to continuing the conversation and working with you and see if we can, come to some, agreement on this. But it does have to include, not include, but the end has to be a factor. Because it doesn't make sense to even like sandwich in property. So that's my thought on that, so.
I agree.
So why don't we get staff to work with them?
Well, I'd like to just keep it moving and then
Keep moving.
and we can hustle on the hotel to keep that moving so you're not waiting so long either.
Right.
Right. We'll have
To
some
keep that
answers.
moving fast enough that this can be the next thing that I would love to see nothing more than all of
That
this
whole-
taken over
all
and
of that.
redone,
All of that.
including the commercial building.
It's the
And-
gateway, and it's gonna
Yeah,
help
and-
your downtown area thrive.
Absolutely.
And I get that, you don't want to evict people, and or not renew their lease, I understand that, but, again, it goes back to the same kind of issues that we have in the neighborhood with some of those tenants, and we both live in this neighborhood, and so, to me, that's a double-edged sword for me, because yes, I feel bad, but I also don't feel bad that there's the crime or there's the petty stuff that goes on in our neighborhood, so it's an opportunity to clean that up in a lot of ways.
It would definitely help.
Yeah, and thank you for being collaborative and not coming up here with a take it or leave it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
accusing the chair of insulting
Yeah.
Yeah.
you.
And I did get something on my door today. I appreciate that. I do think that if there is inquiries from the neighborhood, that we are transparent with them and we kind of tell them why. The flyer that I did get on my door is just like, hey, send an email that we're in support of it, but without us educating some of the residents, Board Member Turkin and I could get a lot of pushback because we are the residents there, but I think with the right education and letting them, understanding what we're dealing with there, I don't think you're gonna get as much resistance as just trying to throw it down a resident's throat.
Of course, I actually want to have Dan speak on that because he was a part of the whole outreach team, so.
Hi, my name is Daniel McAndrews. I'm a resident of Delray Beach, 18 Salina Avenue, but lived here in Boynton for 4 years previously. I work with Billy and the Starboard Group. Just wanted to reiterate, a few points from tonight. Don't want to take too much time here. We did canvass the neighborhood here in Forest Park today. Received a lot of positive feedback from homeowners, provided some education, received a few more signatures. In total, we have 79 signatures from community leaders, individuals here in the community supporting this acquisition. We also have a letter of recommendation from the Palm Beach Chamber of Commerce, and several developers in the area that we forwarded to you guys as well. As Billy stated, you know, we want to work with you guys to make this happen. You know, you see West Palm Beach, Delray, and all these other cities. You know, it's beautiful when you're going downtown to go enjoy food at a nice restaurant. All the nice restaurants here are quartered all on Federal, you know, down Boynton Beach Boulevard. That's kind of the heart of Boynton Beach. And when you get off of 95, you know, as we've discussed, you see the Boynton Inn, you see, you know, several blights in the community. And I think this is an amazing opportunity, as the CRA has stated with their goals, to, you know, help control the development of the city. Another point I heard earlier was, you know, paying money for a grocery store to come and be a part of Boynton Beach. You know, I think if we make it more beautify that land coming off of 95 on Boynton Beach Boulevard, it will attract those big anchor tenants, and it'll be a revenue generator for the city instead of having to incentivize them to come, you know, and that's about all I got for right now. Thank you all so much for hearing us out tonight.
The one thing that I would like to address is, you know, I did get some emails, and everyone I checked out didn't live in the neighborhood, and they were realtors in other cities, and I appreciate that. I get it. A realtor wants a realtor to do things. I understand it, but if they are actual residents in Forest Park, I would ask that you please share that with the board, because you know, I'm diligently looking at everyone coming in, and I'm like, are you a resident? No, I live in West Palm, and no, I live here, and no, I live there. And at the end of the day, you could pack this room with 100 realtors and 50 businesses not in this neighborhood, and it doesn't make an impact because the residents want to know what's going on. And when you try to force it in other ways, that's when we get a lot of resistance from the residents. And living in this neighborhood for 20 years, I know these residents. Do we all want to see something better? Yes. But I just feel like it's not effective to be wooed by realtors out of the area or anything of that nature. So, and maybe a little more prep time coming up, you know, not knocking on my door today at 3 o'clock for a meeting at 6. If I'm a resident, I'm gonna be like, wow, I didn't know anything about this. And now it's on the agenda tonight. So I just ask that you be a little more sensitive to that stuff, if that's okay.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and we will do some outreach between now and when we finish our discussions with staff. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Direction?
I would ask, I believe at the last, the June meeting, it was represented that public comment would be taken on this item at the July meeting, so I would ask that you take it tonight.
Anyone with public comment, come on down. Wow. Come on down, Mr. Kara George.
One of the most difficult things to do in development is land assembly. And I do think there are some pieces that still need to be added because you need to have control from the inn all the way through. Acquiring this gives you leverage with the inn. This property is almost double the size of the land that the inn is on. Obviously, when you look at what they're proposing and what the inn is proposing, it's apples and oranges, okay? And it gives you a tremendous amount of leverage when you're talking with the inn. But I do think there are some pieces that still need to be assembled. The $650 price, the guy needs to put the crack pipe down. I mean, my God, that is just insane. I mean, I'm sorry. I've been managing properties for over 23 years, and it just blows my mind to hear that number, especially for that address. You also, when this is able to be put together as one whole piece, it's going to be so transformative for this city. So please continue to talk to them let them negotiate with the others, okay? Reverend Hay and I both remember when Subway went into that location.
I do too.
And it was a big, big impact. It helped that area, okay? But there's things that need to be done here. There's still a few pieces that are missing. Land assembly is a tricky thing. You're always gonna have one idiot that thinks that their property is worth, buku bucks when it's not.
Right.
And you just gotta bring those people back to reality, okay? So, please be patient on this, work together, and I commend, staff for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do I have to go through the introduction again, or can I just speak?
For the
Yeah,
record,
if you have something different to say from
I
in the
do.
beginning, yeah, go ahead.
Having been in the hotel business for many, many years in my past life, Marriott, Holiday Inn, and there's no goodwill at the Boynton Beach Inn. And that obviously comes into play when you are selling something. And obviously, the parcel here can put pressure if you're in agreement to try to go move forward with this parcel, the 13 parcels. But I really feel strongly that this would really impact the city and the CRA and the citizens. And I wish you good luck with everything you're doing, and I truly enjoyed this evening.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, public comment is now closed. So what have we decided to do? To just keep negotiating?
Continue negotiating.
Find
and,
out about the other 3 parcels?
Based on some of this feedback, looking at the other parcels, maybe subdividing these parcels to produce another assemblage, tweak those numbers, so if that holdout that connects to the Boynton Inn, is reasonable, and we can move forward,
Right.
then we hit a couple birds with one stone as far as evictions go, occupying tenants, maybe we don't complete that 100%, but we mitigate that, and maybe that's an easier pill for everyone to swallow. And then, we at least have that land power. Then we get more pressure on Subway, right? If that doesn't come immediately. But I think the more closer we can get to being contiguous, I think the better. Just opening the conversation up, spitballing ideas, and if we can subdivide, I'd be open to that. See what we can come up with.
Let's see, if I'm Subway, I'm gonna hold out. But
I don't
it's
think
something
we
to
need
consider.
Subway, though. I think you could spitball with some of those eastern parcels, keep those out of the deal, focus, and then you save because you're not acquiring those.
Right.
Focus on that one little holdout and then the Boynton Inn. Now you have a contiguous, right? So then we do whatever we want. That property will then be even more pressured, right? I think, again, that's just my thought. I don't know if that's reality or not. That's up to the landowners. But I think there's multiple options here that we can discover and discuss based on everyone's concerns.
Great.
And if there's not, that's okay too. But I do appreciate, a good old college try.
Yeah. Okay, so,
We have our direction.
yep, good. All right, thank you. And we are
One more.
coming into the final item. The next item for discussion and consideration is the CRA Board travel to the 2025 International Economic Development Council Annual Conference. Mr. Tack, what do you got to say about this?
All right, this year's annual conference will be held in Detroit, Michigan from September 14th through the 17th. The 14th through the 17th. The program conference program is attached that you all can look at. The member rate to attend the conference is $1,500 until July 25th. So if you are interested in going, sooner the better, would be greatly appreciated. The CRA would provide reimbursement to board members at the conference for eligible expenses for the conference registration, airfare, hotel, per diem meals not included in the conference, and rental car public transportation in accordance with our attached travel policy, as well as for the conferences. And let me see here. Just for your information, the city commission meeting has been rescheduled from September 16th, 2025 to September 18th. So just as a part of your consideration as far as your travel. So, your discussion.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
I'd like to change the policy to where the CRA can just pay for the travel if there's consensus from the board to go on these conferences. The city has done this. This is how we've gone to every conference. There hasn't been one time, at least I've been here, where someone has decided to go to something and not showed up. So I would like for this to match what we do in the city and not be convoluted and have to pay upfront and that whole thing.
Agree.
So I would like whatever,
Detroit,
Detroit.
Detroit, Michigan.
so I am, if we have consensus, I'd like to change that. I don't know what that requires, what that looks like.
Well, it's your policy, so you can move to abolish it tonight if you wish, and then the staff can operate without the restrictions of this policy, and next meeting, we could bring back whatever the city policy is for your adoption.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll move to abolish it.
What, just 1 second.
I agree with that.
The mic.
Turn my mic on. I'd agree with that, but the original, as I recall, the purpose for it was the exact, what you're saying, is that the CRA booked it, and at the last minute, more than once, the board member changed their minds, and it was too late to be refunded. And so to avoid that, they started doing what we're doing now. I don't know, is that really was the?
Who was the board member? Because that hasn't been since I've been around.
No, I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not
Been a
saying
long
this
time.
board.
Yeah.
When it was
This policy
originally.
is different boards, different policies. That's my position. Because then it's like, then you should do it for the city too, right? Why are
And
we?
your turnaround time is like 60 days to get your money back. And sometimes that's not very fair to families that are putting it out.
$1,500 for
Our
registration,
turnaround
airfare and all
Crazy.
that, that's crazy.
Our turnaround on the reimbursements a lot faster than
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
from
told
the
it was
CRA. I just pride ourselves with our ability to
okay.
process.
Either
As
way,
soon
it's
as
a
we
lot of
have
money.
proof of payment, we're pretty quick on the turnaround for
Okay.
reimbursement.
I know, but the point, but this is the point. The reason this travel policy was put in was so that somebody would have to personally pay for a registration and then get reimbursed because they showed up and went. But if we have to pay for this in July and wait until October to get reimbursed, we're not, to make sure that we go, like, I don't think the policy is as effective as it was set up to be, because if I'm paying $1,500 in July, I'm getting reimbursed in August. I'm not waiting until after I've attended a conference and made sure I showed proof I went to get reimbursed. That's just crazy to me. So whoever came up with I think that policy just doesn't make sense, because everyone's gonna seek reimbursement as soon as they make the payment. And so you're getting reimbursed for registration, there's still no proof that you're going or not going.
Yeah, motion to abolish.
Yeah.
You want to do that in the entirety?
I can do a second, right?
Yeah.
I'll second it because I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a first and
I haven't
a
registered
second.
for
All
one
those in favor say
conference
aye
and
to
not go.
abolish.
Aye.
The,
So my advice is that if you say you're going, go. Don't,
agree.
unless you're sick or something.
Okay, are we done?
And then get travel insurance, and then you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Okay, are we all finished?
$17.99.
Is there anything else tonight, or do we have any further
No,
discussions, or may I
motion
ask
to-
for a
motion
motion
to
to
adjourn.
adjourn?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a
Night.
second. All those in favor say aye.
hold on.
I was just trying to get a head count on who was attending.
Oh, I'm not attending.
I,
You're going to
What, John,
Detroit?
Tom? Okay.
You're going, okay, so that's good. We got two.
yeah, I
two good
cannot
people.
go.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, motion adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.